Chapter 467. Yifan secretly transmitted his voice. Facing an expert at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation, he was extremely fearful. Even with the help of the Black Emperor, he might not be able to deal with him, so he had to be absolutely safe. Clang! The old servant's hand was like a ghost claw, shooting out rays of black light. The interweaving cage seemed to be made of dark iron, becoming more and more solid and condensed, like a real purgatory. Little evil creature, you are nothing but a cripple. If not for the help of the Wind Clan, you would be nothing. Now that you dare to behave atrociously in my clan's divine island, I will break your bones and cut your tendons. The old servant laughed coldly. He waved the nether realm cage, surrounding Yifan and sealing him inside, slowly refining him. Li Heishui could not help but shout from afar. You old servant, your words are too shameless. It is true that your Wind Clan provided 3 million kilograms of origin, but isn't it because Yifan will break the curse? Furthermore, you know very well how useful this batch of origin is. Yifan himself can also take out so much origin. Little evil creature, this is a great favor that my clan has given you, yet you do not want to repay it and still dare to be stubborn. Today, I will suppress all of you together. The old servant's expression was ice cold, and his attacks became even fiercer. The black nether realm cage let out a woo-woo sound and became larger and larger, covering the entire sky. Several times it almost sealed Yifan inside. If not for his miraculous footwork and extreme speed, he would have already died. Even the young miss did not scold me, yet you dare to be rude to me. Today, I will skin you alive. The servant girl of the Wind Phoenix screamed at the side. Uncle E, quickly suppress him. We cannot let him escape. Don't worry, I have already locked onto him. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I will find him. The old servant was fearless and was not afraid of Yifan escaping at all. He revealed a cold smile like a cat catching a mouse and said, He has the holy sword and the divine medicine seed on him. It is truly a waste to leave these things in the hands of a dying person. Let him return them to my Wind Clan. Boom! Yifan let out a cold snort and finally launched his counterattack. A blazing light shot out from his glabella and turned into a beam of golden light that flew towards the old servant in green. Pop! The green-clothed old servant spat out a lotus from his mouth. He turned into a streak of green light and retreated. He was so shocked that his entire body was covered in cold sweat. This type of powerful divine sense made even him feel fear. Pooh! The lotus cracked, but it couldn't block the golden spirit sense at all. He felt a chill and said to himself, The legend is true. This little bastard's spirit sense is amazing. Fortunately, I was prepared. He opened his mouth and spat out. A gust of divine wind rushed out, turning into numerous wind flowers that were shaped like lotuses. They were spotlessly white and flawless, forming a set of divine clothes that tightly protected him. Uncle E, with such an artifact protecting you, killing him will be a piece of cake. The Wind Phoenix's maid was overjoyed. The Wind Battle Robe was a secret treasure of the Phone Clan. It specialized in blocking the power of divine sense. After the cyan-robed old slave put on the silver battle robe, he looked much younger and more heroic. Little bastard, let me see if you still have the ability to resist. He shouted coldly. His magic power was like an ocean, condensing in the sky and turning into a natural pattern. It once again forged the underworld cage and pressed down. Yifan secretly urged, Is the Black Emperor done yet? He is an elite at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation. Do you think he is a pushover? How difficult is it to trap him without him knowing? You still have to wait. The large black dog transmitted his voice. Little girl, come, come, come. You and I will fight for 300 rounds. Li Heishui stared at the Wind Phoenix's maid and rushed over. You're courting death. The green-clothed old servant sneered. His large hand swept across the sky and slammed down like a small mountain, trapping Li Heishui in this battlefield. You guys are unreasonable. This is wrong. You can't bully us. Little Nan Nan sat on the large black dog and spoke in a childish manner. Little guy, you look quite fresh. Come, let elder sister discipline you. The wind phoenix's maid sneered and turned into a streak of colorful light, rushing over. The large black dog's eyes were cold. He turned around and ran, running around the green-clothed old servant's battlefield. He shouted, I can't be bothered with you. I won't lower myself to your level. You damn dog. I'm going to send you to the kitchen and make you into a main dish. The wind phoenix's maid screamed. I'm going to take you as my human pet. Watch my treasure. He carried little Nan Nan and fled, throwing out all kinds of strange things one after another. On the battlefield, Yi Fan and Li Heishui continuously dodged. Facing an elite at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation, they were under too much pressure. They were almost unable to hold on, but after seeing this scene, they were incomparably excited. I don't have any more patience. Little bastard, stop. An ancient banner appeared in the green-clothed old servant's hand. With a light shake, the void collapsed. The underworld cage expanded, extending towards the two of them. Yi Fan and Li Heishui felt as if they were stuck in a swamp. Their movements were immediately restricted. Chi. 7-colored divine light rushed into the sky. A river of stars flowed out from between Yi Fan's fingers. It was as heavy as a mountain, blocking the purgatory and ancient banner. It was the Saint Bone powder seized from the Yin Yang Saintess. What is this? The green-clothed old servant was startled. He then sneered. This treasure is compatible with me. It's most suitable to be refined into the ancient banner. You still want to seize the treasure? Old thing, your time of death has come. The Black Emperor shouted and transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, instructing him on how to escape. At this moment, the formation pattern had already been laid. Yi Fan and Li Heishui quickly rushed out. This battlefield had already been sealed by star stones, divine blood soil, and other strange things. By the time the green-clothed old servant realized, it was already too late. He couldn't rush out at all. Little bastard, you dare to scheme against me? Old bastard, is it very satisfying for you to keep calling me little bastard? Yi Fan stood outside the formation pattern and sneered, saying, Your time of death has come. The female attendant of the Wind Phoenix turned around and fled. She didn't think that an elite at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation would be sealed like this. She didn't want to wait for death here. You still want to leave? Yi Fan snorted coldly. A large golden hand slapped out, covering the sky like a resplendent cloud. Yi Fan swatted her down as if he was swatting a fly. You can't kill me, she screamed, struggling violently. How could Yi Fan let her go? With a wave of his large golden hand, he grabbed her over. His fingers exerted a bit of force, and many of her bones were broken. He directly threw her in front of the Black Emperor and said, You can use her as your human pet. This emperor doesn't want such a useless human pet. At the very least, she has to be a saintess. The large black dog didn't like her at all. This is the female attendant of the Wind Phoenix. She can be your human pet and roast lamb legs for you. She's the most suitable, Li Heishui said with a smile. Woof! Under the control of the Black Emperor, the formation pattern changed, and the sealed area continued to shrink. Yi Fan stood outside, waving his large golden palm and continuously smashing it in. Old bastard, didn't you want to suppress me? You want to break my bones and break my tendons? Why don't I give you a beating first? His physical body was unparalleled, and how could the people of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm compare to him? In this narrow space, even the magic power of this old servant had been sealed, and he couldn't resist at all. Pong, pong. Yi Fan's large golden palm continuously slashed down, and he controlled his strength, causing this old servant in green to continuously cough up blood. His bones were broken one after another, and he couldn't stand at all. You two are only a pair of slaves, yet you dare to come and kill me? You've really gone too far. Yi Fan didn't know how many times he had slashed down, and this old servant in green was about to become minced meat. However, he didn't die. The life force of the elites of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm was very strong, and as long as they still had a breath left, they would be able to live. Let me vent my anger as well. Li Heishui took over his position, and continuously slashed down dozens of large palms, beating the old servant in green until he almost didn't look human anymore. He let out inhuman cries for mercy. Speak, did the Wind Phoenix ask you two to come? Yi Fan asked forcefully. We just acted on our own, and the princess is very angry. We felt that she wouldn't object, so we came to kill you. The female attendant of the Wind Phoenix was completely frightened, and she almost collapsed onto the ground. The divine master of the wind race isn't bad. If I kill the two of them, I'll really be sorry, Yi Fan said in a low voice. Don't kill us. The female attendant of the Wind Phoenix was truly afraid, and she sighed and begged for mercy. Even the old servant completely gave in. How about this? I'll be kind and banish them into the army, the Black Emperor said. He copied a large part of the chessboard and formation patterns that he had seen on the Undying Mountain. He was very excited. These were the formation patterns left behind by the great ancient emperor, and he wanted to experiment on these two people. He said, teleport them to the western desert. They won't be able to fly back even after several decades. Let those baldies reform them. Don't. The old servant in green cried out loudly. Hong! Light soared into the sky, and Tao patterns flickered. He suddenly disappeared from where he was, leaving behind a terrifying wave of energy in the void. The large black dog stared blankly, and only cursed after a long while. F*CK. What's going on? Yi Fan and Li Heishui didn't even need to think to know that this damn dog had definitely done something inappropriate again. He definitely didn't teleport to the western desert. Where did you send them? I think they were teleported to the southern mountains. The large black dog mumbled uncertainly. Damn dog. You really are a genius. To be able to teleport from the western desert to the southern mountains, which ordinary person could do that? Can you find someone more ridiculous than you? Li Heishui attacked. Woof! The large black dog was flustered and exasperated. In the end, they didn't teleport the female servant of the Wind Phoenix out. The large black dog reluctantly temporarily took her as a human pet, and then came to Violet Sky Capital. Violet Sky Capital was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the central region of the Eastern Wasteland. From ancient times until now, who knew how many legends had been left behind? According to legend, it was a purple gold sky capital in the illusory celestial realm that fell into the mortal world, forming this famous giant city. Yi Fan and the others wandered around here for 2 days, traveling to various large stone squares. They wanted to prepare a gift for the divine leader of the wind race. In the end, Yi Fan chose a strange stone in a stone square of the Ziwei sect and bought it. However, he didn't cut it open on the spot. He already saw what was inside. It was a piece of divine source, and it was enough as a birthday gift. He didn't want to cause a commotion in Purple Sky Capital. Yi Fan really wanted to pick out a few more strange stones and completely return the 3 million gene of origin source to the Feng clan. Otherwise, those youngsters would always mention this matter, making him feel very uncomfortable. Unfortunately, even though there were many stone workshops, how could there be rare treasures everywhere? To be able to find a piece of divine source was already very rare. He did not have any other gains. For the past 2 days, the Wind Phoenix's maids had been by his side and were in charge of doing all kinds of trivial things, such as carrying bags, feeding the dogs, paying the bills, cleaning the tables and chairs. After many people recognized him, they couldn't help but be shocked, and they discussed him behind his back. What's going on? Why is the personal maid of the princess of the Feng clan working for the sacred body? That can't be right. The pearl of the Feng clan is very arrogant. How could she let her maid do these trivial things for the holy body that she doesn't like? Can you people have a better eye? He's my human pet, the large black dog said, and everyone's jaws dropped to the ground in shock. Everyone was dumbfounded. What are you looking at? Are you very envious? I don't mind taking you as my human pet. You look so. The large black dog said to those people shamelessly. Damn. This damn dog is too despicable. I'll skin him alive sooner or later. Let's go. I'll treat everyone to black dog meat today. The group of people cursed their bad luck, but they didn't want to argue with him. At the same time, they were very expectant. If the Wind Phoenix found out, what kind of expression would she have? I hope the Wind Phoenix gets this news soon. Her maid is being treated as a human pet by a vicious dog. She'll definitely kill her way here. That's right. I hope that moment comes soon. Chapter 468. Yifan walked in Zitiandu and didn't notice anything unusual, but little Nan Nan tugged at the corner of his clothes and said innocently, "Someone always appears." What? Yifan was shocked inwardly. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp, yet he didn't sense anything at all, not sensing anything at all. This was not a good sign. If the one who came had ill intentions towards him, he might suffer greatly. He changes into a different person every time, and appeared several times. Little Nan Nan said obediently. Where? Yifan felt a little uneasy. He has already disappeared. He doesn't stay for long every time, and he might appear again. The little girl blinked her big eyes and looked at the crowd. Did you notice anything unusual? Yifan asked the Black Emperor and Li Heishui. They were all very shocked. They didn't sense anything at all, and didn't know that they had been followed. This made them all vigilant. The person who came was obviously not ordinary. They asked little Nan Nan in detail to understand what kind of person he was. He changes into a different appearance every time, but Nan Nan can recognize him at a glance. Little Nan Nan said tenderly. Yifan and the others couldn't help but be surprised. Little Nan Nan's spiritual sense was too sharp, beyond their imagination. She saw that person's true body. It was a very ordinary man who wouldn't be noticed at all. He changed into a different appearance every time, hiding in the crowd and observing Yifan from 30 meters away. 30 meters, this is a critical point. He doesn't dare to approach easily, which is a good thing. If he sneaks up to us without us knowing, it will be too dangerous. Li Heishui was a little uneasy. The large black dog revealed a serious expression and asked little Nan Nan about the process in detail. He even asked about every movement of that person and every step he took. Sneaking up to about 30 meters away from us is too unusual. This is a terrifying person. The large black dog revealed a thoughtful expression. Did you think of something? Yifan asked. That person sneaked up to 30 meters in front of them, and besides little Nan Nan, no one could detect him. This was indeed frightening. I hope my feeling is wrong, or else it will be big trouble. The large black dog was a little nervous, and couldn't help but look around. What did you deduce? Yifan's heart sank. World of men. The large black dog spat out these 3 words, and became even more uneasy. He swept his gaze over the surroundings, and told little Nan Nan to keep an eye out for any suspicious people. The human world. Li Heishui shuddered. They had just come out from the Undying Mountain Range not too long ago, and they had previously found out what kind of terrifying power this was. It was a power that made even the Holy Lands tremble in fear during the ancient times. In the past, on this boundless great earth, there were 3 great ancient assassin dynasties. They were imperishable through the ages, their inheritances ancient, making even the great sage feel a chill. They had even killed ancient sages before. The celestial court wielded the supreme scepter of assassins, ruling over the world. With a single thought, blood flowed like a river on the earth. It was like the supreme ancient heaven, dictating the fate of others. The world of mortals is a boundless sea of people. You can't defend against them at all. You don't know when they will unleash a sure-kill attack. Even the ancient sages couldn't avoid it. It was rumored that in their ancient palace, there was a white bone tower piled up from the skulls of various kings. Killed all the heroes of the world, and no one could resist it. In the underworld, there was a group of fallen deities. They wielded divine swords dripping with blood, and they killed all the saints of the world. They were powerful and ruthless, terrifying and bloody. It was rumored that in the underworld, the skin, bones, flesh, internal organs, and other things of the ancient saints they killed were preserved. They were cold-blooded and shocking, and they were extremely mysterious. The celestial court was destroyed by the alliance of the ancient Holy Lands, but the world of mortals and the underworld still existed. It was just that they acted in a much more low-profile manner, and the people of the world didn't know where they were. Is it really the world of mortals? Even Yi Fan couldn't remain calm. This was a piece of shocking news. I still can't be sure, but I have a feeling that it is very similar to them. Otherwise, who could avoid my spiritual senses? The Black Emperor was extremely nervous. Its origins were mysterious, and it was especially fearful of the ancient assassin dynasty. Who did we offend? Why did the world of mortals appear? Li Heishui felt a chill on his neck. Looking at everyone on the street, it seemed like they were the ruthless people of the world of mortals. They didn't completely hide themselves from the world. They left behind all kinds of clues and accepted requests from the people of the world. Many ancient inheritances can be found, and we can ask them to act. The large black dog's expression was difficult to remain calm. You mean, someone asked them to act and kill us? Li Heishui asked in shock. The three great assassin dynasties of the ancient times. Even though they cultivated through slaughter, they would never kill people for no reason. It must be some ancient inheritance, and someone found them. The Black Emperor bared its teeth. Even it was uncertain. It had always been fearless, but when faced with one of the three great assassin dynasties of the ancient times, it felt a chill in its heart, and fear welled up in it. Right at this moment, little Nan Nan tugged at the corner of Yi Fan's clothes, her large eyes blinking. She looked very obedient, and didn't say anything. Although she was very pure, she was also very intelligent. Yi Fan knew that person had appeared again. He pretended to glance over carelessly, and found that this person was really too ordinary. There was no special characteristics, and he was no different from the people on the street. He peeped with his powerful spirit sense, but couldn't find any abnormality. Only when he used his divine eyes did he see another face, which proved that he was not an ordinary person. There was no flow of divine power, no exuberant blood qi, and no killing intent. This didn't conform to the common sense of a cultivator. It was too peaceful and ordinary, and impossible to guard against. After a short pause, that person didn't show the slightest bit of weakness, and disappeared into the sea of people with the flow of people. The few of them didn't act rashly. It's that kind of terrifying cultivation technique, that freakish aura-concealing divine technique. It really is the world of mortals. The large black dog was very excited, and all the black fur on his body stood up. Why is it like this? Li Heishui also felt scared. Let's pray, and hope that the current mortal world is no longer the ancient assassin dynasty. Otherwise, we will be in great trouble. The large black dog bared his teeth. In the ancient palace of the mortal world, the skulls of various kings were displayed. If there was also a skull of a saint, it might be something that they would be very happy to see. What are you afraid of? I have the inheritance of the celestial court, and I have the scepter of the ancient assassin dynasty. If the mortal world really wants to touch me, I will definitely kill them. Yi Fan said calmly, but his words were very firm. The key is that the inheritance of the celestial court is incomplete. There is only the first half of the saint technique of killing, and it lacks the core of the second half, one of the 9 secrets. The large black dog looked worried. What is one of the 9 secrets that the celestial court has mastered? Yi Fan asked. The ancient god dynasty had passed away too long ago. Not to mention the people of the present, even in the past, there were not many people who knew which secret they had mastered. Apart from me, I'm afraid no one in this world knows, the large black dog said. The attainment secret was world-shaking, and almost no one knew that it was the core saint technique of the ancient assassin dynasty, the celestial court, and it was the foundation of everything. This secret is so powerful? Li Heishui was shocked. It's ridiculously powerful. According to the legends, when one breaks through to the pinnacle level, they can change time. The large black dog said. The Xing character of the 9 secrets represented the limits of the world. Not only did one possess the fastest speed in the world, one could also leap through the 9 heavens and traverse through the 9 underworlds. Innate formation markings couldn't trap him, Supreme Tao techniques couldn't stop him, and even if the 10-direction extreme formation was laid down, he could still pass through it. This was the secret of travel. Nothing could stop him. The large black dog sighed softly and said, "The supreme secret art of dimension. No matter how long you've passed down your legacy, no matter how many formations you've set up to seal off your sect, you still won't be able to stop those who have cultivated the secret art of dimension. It's as if they've entered an unstoppable realm." Yifan finally understood why the celestial court was so terrifying. No one could stop them, and they could walk anywhere in the world. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could rule the world. The secret word of attainment could be sublimated to the extreme. When the speed broke through the limits of the world, it would be the evolution of time. However, since ancient times, only the first master of the celestial court, the old sage who had lived 2 lives after obtaining the immortal godly medicine, had managed to reach the boundary. "We didn't obtain the secret word of attainment, but I have the mad old man's movement technique, which is also a kind of extreme speed. It should be able to be used together with the celestial court's divine killing technique to resist the person who came from the human world," Yifan said. "I keep having the feeling that your movement technique has a hint of the secret word of attainment. Perhaps there really is a connection. Perhaps it can be used together with the celestial court's divine killing technique." The large black dog nodded. Yifan and the others left Zitiandu, and once again arrived in front of the Wind Tribe's 800 divine islands. On the way, they severed part of the memories of the Wind Phoenix female servant. There were some things that they couldn't let her know. The mysterious person from the human world didn't appear again, but they couldn't truly feel at ease. Since they had been targeted by the other party, they definitely wouldn't be so kind. "We have to find out exactly who it is that wants to deal with us," Li Heishui said. This time, they headed to the Wind Tribe's largest ancient island. All of the guests surged there, and when they passed by the central region, they saw many great mountains that had existed since the ancient underworld, surrounding an ancient divine city. Many people were discussing. All of the Wind Tribe's trump cards were suppressed inside. That was the foundation of their standing at the peak of the eastern wasteland, and even divine masters couldn't easily enter. They couldn't stay here for a long time. Everyone could only pass by hurriedly, or else they would be forcefully asked to leave. Many people came to the Wind Tribe Divine Master's 1500th birthday celebration. There were cultivators everywhere on the Divine Island, and many of them were great figures whose names shook the world. When Yifan and the others arrived, they saw a few divine masters one after another, and they were all astonished. This was truly a place where elites were as common as clouds. If anyone dared to come here and provoke them, they would definitely die a tragic death. Yao Guang Saint Child, Little Peng King, Jade Lake Saintess, G-Clan's Divine King Physique, and the others of the younger generation couldn't come forward. They could only sit far away. There were too many older generation figures that came, and they were all powerful rulers of their regions. Many people revealed astonished expressions when they saw the Wind Phoenix's maids standing obediently behind Yifan's group. They were all a bit puzzled. The Wind Phoenix naturally saw this scene. She had already heard a few rumors. Even though she was wearing a multicolored mask, one could imagine that her expression was definitely not good. "You should return to your princess side. We can't afford to raise you." Yifan undid her restriction. The Wind Phoenix's maids didn't dare to make a ruckus. She lowered her head and quickly retreated. She was truly afraid that Yifan would disregard everything and say some unpleasant words. If that happened, the Wind Tribe definitely wouldn't let her off for the sake of face. Everyone presented their gifts. Yifan took out a swarthy black stone that was only as big as a faceplate and handed it over to the Wind Tribe's people. "I heard that he obtained the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master and gave him a piece of origin stone. It must be a precious item," someone discussed in a low voice. Some of the young disciples of the Wind Tribe frowned. They were still the group of people who had always been dissatisfied with Yifan. They didn't believe that Yifan could find a divine item in such a short time. Otherwise, why didn't he cut it open? Zhao Fa from the Ziwei sect laughed and said, "I know about this stone. It has been displayed in my Ziwei stone workshop for many years. I didn't think that Brother Yi would buy it. This stone is a leftover material cut from a strange stone that contains divine origin. Everyone was in an uproar. Many people looked over and felt that Yi Fan was a bit unreasonable. How could he just casually buy a stone to make up the numbers? I knew that he was deliberately mystifying things. That isn't a divine item at all. He didn't want to give the divine sword and the divine medicine seed to the divine master, so he gave a broken stone to make up the numbers. This is too much. He actually dares to look down on our Wind tribe. The disciples of the Wind tribe who had been suppressed by Yi Fan in the northern region were all dissatisfied. They revealed expressions of anger and glared at Yi Fan. Are you sure that this is a leftover material and that you have cut out divine origin before? Yi Fan looked at Zhao Fa in shock. That's right. At that time I saw it with my own eyes. A fist-sized divine origin was cut out from the main stone. This is only the outer layer of the stone. Zhao Fa smiled and nodded. Chapter 469. Yi Fan laughed and said, "The Ziwei sect really knows how to do business. They're selling these scraps as rare stones." You can't say that. The origin stone business has always been like this. We're willing to take the beating. Plus, we didn't sell this for a very high price. Zhao Fa smiled. As expected, he bought this stone because it was cheap. This is too much. He's looking down on the Feng clan. How can this be? This is too much. The Wind clan's group of extremely radical youngsters who had always hated Yi Fan were now furious. Quite a few of them revealed looks of disdain, glaring at him furiously. Yi Fan ignored these people. The Feng clan's sacred leader's birthday was near. He didn't want to cause any trouble with these people. He just wanted to return the 1 million kilograms of origin source as soon as possible. Otherwise, people would always find out about his shortcomings. He smiled and glanced at Zhao Fa. I deeply admire the Ziwei sect for doing business. But sometimes, divine items can be found in these unremarkable stones. Then do you dare to cut it open? A Feng clan disciple sneered. Zhao Fa's smile did not diminish. I've long heard that Brother Ye's Genesis technique is amazing. Why don't you cut it open now and let us see? I originally wanted to give you a origin stone. That would be full of suspense. I'll leave it for Sacred Leader Feng to play with. Since everyone wants to see, I'll just cut it open. Yi Fan stepped forward. He did not take out his silver knife. Instead, he used his fingers to cut the stone. It was like a divine blade cutting tofu. Dust fell to the ground. There were a few young elites here. When they saw someone cutting the stone, they began to discuss. This attracted the attention of the people at the other tables. For a moment, many people paid attention to this area. Crack. Yi Fan's fingers shook slightly. The black stone cracked completely. He obviously didn't want to waste time and wanted to peel it off directly. Is it really rare? Seeing how he doesn't care, it can't be something priceless. Genesis technique grandmasters are very careful when cutting stones, but he did it with a shake. It's really special. It doesn't seem like a method to treat rare treasures. Yi Fan smiled and asked Zhao Fa, Brother Zhao, what do you think we can get? Many fell silent. Zhao Fa shook his head, not daring to say anything else. He was well aware of how powerful Yi Fan's Genesis techniques were. Since he dared to cut open the wound, it was likely that he had some confidence. Brother Yi, cut it open and let the truth speak for itself. Crack! Yi Fan lightly tapped it, and this black origin stone cracked apart. The stone layer continuously fell off, and then a blinding divine radiance soared into the sky, causing many people to shed tears. Source of God! It contains divine source! The crowd cried out in surprise. A piece of scrap had actually contained a rare divine source. They could not help but sigh in amazement. A Genesis technique grandmaster had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Zhao Fa's expression was a little stiff. He had already said that this was a piece of stone skin left over from the Ziwei sect's divine source. He did not expect that someone would cut out another divine item. His face was burning as if he had been slapped. There's actually a divine source. The Feng clan's disciples were also stunned. They did not expect such an outcome. Since there was a divine item, why did Yi Fan not cut it out? Wouldn't it be better to give it away like that? This puzzled them. There is no suspense in a Genesis technique grandmaster giving away a divine source. Only a mystical stone is of high quality and worth collecting. An elder sighed and explained the reason. Clatter. The stone's skin all fell off, and a blinding light shot out like a golden sun hanging in the sky. Most people could not look at it directly. The divine source could hang in the sky and never fall. It was gorgeous and colorful. This kind of beauty moved everyone's heart. It was too valuable. All the Holy Lands were extremely thirsty for the divine source because it had endless magical uses. It involved immortal legends, so many sects spared no effort to collect it. The strength of a holy land was closely related to the amount of divine source. Ordinary cultivators could not understand it, but they knew how precious it was. It's worth 300,000 gene of pure origin source. This gift is too great. Someone cried out in alarm. This piece of divine source was half the size of a human head. Even if the other holy masters gave gifts, it wouldn't be more than this. As a younger generation figure, Yifan gave such a great gift. It was already quite great. Something's not right. There's something in the source. There are wisps of extraordinary splendor seeping out. It's a bit terrifying and divine. Everyone quickly discovered the abnormality. There was something else in the source that was flowing with a mysterious aura. Yifan was astonished. He did not notice anything strange when he chose the stone and thought that it was just a piece of divine source. It was enough as a birthday gift, but he did not think that there would be other mysteries after it was cut out. It was a piece of broken dragon horn that was less than 2 inches long. Golden light flowed about and flickered with extraordinary splendor. It released terrifying fluctuations, and at the same time, there was an incomparably holy and mysterious aura seeping out. Divine object. There is a treasure inside. Is that a dragon horn? Many people cried out in alarm. They felt an unmatched pressure seeping out strand after strand. They couldn't help but want to bow down and worship it. As time went on, this type of terrifying pressure became more and more powerful. It left everyone shaken. At this moment, many guests looked over. Divine radiance rushed into the heavens and had long startled everyone. Even those holy master-level figures looked over from the Great Hall. This is the archaic king race's sacred horn. Finally, an elder recognized what it was. At this moment, the Wind Clan's holy master and other great figures were all alarmed. They personally walked over to look at the divine object that was shaped like a dragon horn. The archaic kings were unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. They were all humanoid creatures that swept through everything before them. During the archaic years, it was difficult for them to meet their match. They were extremely few in number. The people of later generations didn't know much about them. They had all obtained information from the dust-covered origin stones and ancient mines. Now that they saw this type of divine object, they were all shocked. Correct. This is the archaic king race's innate sacred horn. It can split apart the heavens and earth. It is an exceptional divine object. A holy master-level figure sighed in admiration. The archaic unmatched kings are comparable to the great ancient emperors. Their innate sacred horn is where their essence lies and the most precious. It is an unmatched divine object used as a sacrifice. Even though it is only a small piece that was broken off, it is still priceless. It can be considered a generous gift. The holy masters all discussed like this. Their evaluation was quite high, making everyone even more shocked. Zhao Fei's expression was ugly. He never thought that this would be the result. Their Purple Star sect had missed the opportunity to obtain a divine object. It made him feel like vomiting blood. It was just a piece of scrap material, yet it turned out to be something even more precious. The Wind Phoenix and a few of the Wind Clan's disciples revealed expressions of shock. The dark and swarthy stone that the other party gave them was actually this precious. It truly had inner meaning, leaving them stupefied. This is not only a divine object for weapon refinement. Once it is ground into powder, it can detoxify 10,000 poisons. Using it to refine one's flesh is even more wondrous. These great figures all held it in high esteem. A conservative estimate was that this 2-inch-long sacred horn was worth more than 2 million kilograms of pure origin energy. When this number was spoken, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone was stunned. Even Yi Fan was stunned. He originally didn't want to gift such a precious divine object. Everything exceeded his expectations. This gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. The Wind Clan's holy master looked like a middle-aged man. He was majestic and had black hair that flowed like a waterfall. His eyes were deep and he was very powerful. Yi Fan smiled and said, "You didn't even frown when you gave me 2 million kilograms of origin energy. This is nothing, but please accept it." "All right then. Otherwise I will seem unreasonable." The Wind Clan's holy master nodded. At the same time, he was concerned about his injuries and sent people to deliver a few life-replenishing pills. At this moment, the Wind Clan's disciples were all embarrassed and speechless. The Wind Phoenix's younger brother, Feng Lai, walked over with a cheeky smile and said, "Brother Yi, when will you give me a wondrous stone?" Yi Fan glanced at him. He had a deep impression of this former brother-in-law of his. The first time they met, he beat him up violently. After that, this fellow was very unconventional. If he wanted to go to Miaoyu Nunnery, he would drag Yi Fan along and make him lead the way. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As Yi Fan chatted idly with him, the Wind Phoenix shouted angrily from nearby, "Feng Lai, come here." Li Heishui laughed mischievously and said, "Little Lai, if you don't leave, I will make the decision on behalf of Yi Fan and give you 3 wondrous stones." "Really?" Feng Lai's eyes glowed. "Of course. Don't forget that it was the two of us who cut out many rare treasures in the northern divine city and stirred up endless storms. You still don't believe me?" Li Heishui laughed. "All right, I won't leave. I will follow you guys from now on." Feng Lai sat there and didn't get up. He turned a deaf ear to the Wind Phoenix's words. "Feng Lai." The Wind Phoenix glared at him from the side. She was peerless and elegant like a fairy. At this moment, when she was angry, she had a different kind of charm. "Sister, don't be mean to me. I am an adult now," Feng Lai mumbled. The other disciples of the Wind Clan couldn't stand him. They didn't expect him to be so spineless and actually stick together with Yi Fan. This made many of his cousins gnash their teeth in hatred. The Wind Phoenix pointed at him and turned to leave angrily. She didn't say anything more. At the side, the saints and saintesses were all speechless. They felt that Li Heishui was too immoral. How could he be so infuriating? He was deliberately making things difficult for the Pearl of the Wind Clan and dragging her brother down with him. "Brother Yi, are you really going to sever your own cultivation?" the Purple Mansion Saint suddenly asked. His expression was calm, but Yi Fan knew that he didn't have a good impression of him. This was because he had once suppressed the Purple Mansion Saintess. In the Divine City, there were many rumors that the Khanate Saint body might appear. This matter made the Purple Mansion Saint brood. "That's right. I have to make a decision in half a month. Time waits for no man, and I don't have much time left." Yi Fan nodded. Many people had strange thoughts. Even if Yi Fan severed his own cultivation and became immortal, he was still very valuable. From the wondrous stones he had just given, it was worth the effort of the large sects to rope him in. "You short-lived ghost. Looks like you don't have many days left. Even if you sever your own cultivation, it won't change anything." The little Peng King strode over, his eyes filled with wildness and cruelty. His majestic body flowed with divine light. He was as oppressive as a mountain. "Since you don't have many days left to live, I'll make my move now. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to kill you." "Are you so eager to die?" Yi Fan said coldly. "The current world is no longer suitable for people like you to cultivate. Even the heavens want to destroy you. I'll make my move on behalf of the heavens and send you on your way." The little Peng King was quite arrogant. His golden eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. "Have you forgotten that I broke your bones last time?" Yi Fan sneered. "Last time, I bound my own hands and feet. This time I'll kill you like a bug. I'll let you bleed to the last drop." The little Peng King's voice was deep and powerful. "Looks like our battle is unavoidable." Then let's leave the 800 divine islands. Don't cause trouble for the sacred leader of the wind race. Yi Fan stood up. That's exactly what I wanted. I can't wait to tear you apart. The little Peng King revealed his wildness. His golden eyes were as terrifying as knives. I'll cut off every inch of your flesh and crush every bone in your body. Chapter 470. This place was full of young heroes. All of them stood up, inwardly looking forward to this battle. The little Peng King was like a demonic god, causing many people of the younger generation to feel restraining fear. Not many people dared to fight against him, and now he was actually going to fight against the Doomsday Holy Physique. Yi Fan did not have much time left. Doomsday was approaching, but his power was still flourishing. If he died because of a great Tao injury, it would truly be a bit dull. Now, he was going to fight a great battle against the little Peng King. This would most likely be the last battle, and it would be a perfect ending. Regardless of victory or defeat, this would be the final battle. This birdman is too arrogant. He should pull out his tendons and tear out his bones. The Black Emperor bared his teeth and said, "You dog! I won't let you go either." The little Peng King's ice-cold eyes swept over. "I hope your methods are as powerful as you say." A cold smile hung on the corners of Yi Fan's lips. "Don't worry. I will personally cut off your path of life and destroy your soul." The little Peng King's eyes were full of aggression. Yi Fan stared at him and did not say anything else. Now they could only fight. "Friends, please come and watch the battle." The little Peng King laughed sinisterly and transmitted his voice to the saints and saintesses. "How can we miss such a world-shocking battle? We must go." The Yao Guang Saint Child nodded. The Wind Phoenix also smiled faintly. She walked over gracefully and said, "I am looking forward to this battle." Zhao Fa laughed loudly and said, "I can't wait any longer." "Then let's go. Today, I will end the life of the divine physique and offer his divine blood for everyone to taste." The little Peng King's hair danced about chaotically. His demonic nature and murderous intent were completely revealed. "Then let's fight." Yi Fan only spoke these words. He took the lead and rose into the air. Like a deity, he flew out of the 800 divine islands. This group of people were all the young inheritors of great sections. There was no lack of saints and saintesses. It was impossible for them not to attract attention. Many people looked over, and even some older generation figures paid attention to them. Their speed was extremely fast. Not long after, they flew out of the 800 divine islands and rushed towards a verdant mountain range. They couldn't fight in the Wind Clan's important place. At this time, it was already noon. The scorching sun was like a furnace, sprinkling scorching rays of light in the sky, scorching the earth. They only stopped when they were more than 500 miles away from the Wind Clan's divine island. Below them were endless mountains, valleys, and ravines. It was a very primitive region. The sky was filled with cultivators, all of them staring at the two individuals on the battlefield. This was the focal point of this battle. The two young experts had clashed a long time ago, only erupting today. The golden-winged little Peng's name had already shaken the younger generation. He was an incomparably wild monster race genius, and everyone knew just how strong he was. Wherever the great desolate halberd pointed, no one dared to oppose it. Yi Fan's name had only spread throughout the world in the past year. Before this, no one knew about him. It could be said that he was a powerful figure who had suddenly soared into the sky, but he was incomparably powerful. Ever since he was born, everything he had experienced and done had a great impact on the younger generation. There was no one in the younger generation who didn't know about him. The sunlight sprinkled down. The golden-winged little Peng's entire body seemed to be cast from gold, sparkling with a brilliant radiance. His golden hair was dazzling, making it hard for one to open their eyes. His eyes were like two bolts of lightning that shot out from hell, drilling into one's soul and swallowing their mind. His killing intent was as deep as the sea. A golden holy sword appeared in his hand. It was incomparably enormous, several dozen zhang in length. It drooped downwards, about to touch the summit of a great mountain below. The killing intent it emitted caused the leaves in the mountains to fly about chaotically, continuously withering away. On the other side, Yifan calmly stood in the void. His black hair danced in the wind and his eyes were clear and bright. He was motionless, calmly looking at his opponent. An invisible killing intent surged between the two. Before the battle had even begun, it already made one feel as if they had fallen into an icehouse. Their bodies and minds were chilled, and a powerful fighting spirit and a terrifying killing intent filled the air. Kacha. Below, a great mountain couldn't withstand it. The summit began to crack apart, as if it had been suppressed by that terrifying killing intent. Several large cracks appeared, creating a horrifying scene. Hong! On the second mountain peak, several tens of enormous boulders cracked apart. Following that, the summit collapsed. Rubble flew into the air, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. This was caused by a powerful killing intent. If someone entered the battlefield, they would definitely be crushed into a meat paste. This was a confrontation between killing intents, and it was the most terrifying. One's body and soul would be destroyed at every turn. Within the endless great mountains, many beasts were terrified. They fled in all directions, creating a scene of chaos. There were even more ferocious beasts that crawled on the ground in fright, trembling incessantly. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Many birds soared into the sky, wanting to leave this terrifying place. However, as soon as they rushed into the sky, they immediately collapsed, turning into bloody flowers one after another. Their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot, and nothing was left behind. Only a bloody mist lingered around the two. The killing intent was like a blade, cutting down all forms of life. These two are actually so terrifying. Their battle intent has reached such a level. Even though they haven't taken action yet, it seems like they have already done so. There really aren't many in the younger generation who can contend against them. Right at this time, the golden-winged little Pung King moved. He released a clear cry, and the mountains shook greatly. 10,000 trees trembled, and withered leaves fell. The endless mountain range was filled with an austere aura. 108,000 swords. The golden-winged little Pung King immediately displayed his sect's secret art. His entire body flourished with golden light, releasing dazzling radiance. Tens of thousands of terrifying golden sword radiance shot out. Killing intent soared into the clouds, making heaven and earth tremble. Countless holy swords hacked out together, shattering the void. It was as if the pillars of heaven and earth collapsed, as if they were crushing dry weeds. Hong! No more, no less. There were a total of 108,000 holy swords, and every single one of them was 100 zhong in length. They towered in the void, and then they hacked down. This was already no longer sword radiance, but an ocean of holy swords. The terrifying golden storm drowned out everything, sweeping forward and destroying all obstacles. This was the Sky Pung race's innate, unmatched divine technique. Even if it was facing a magnificent army, it could flatten them and kill them indiscriminately. There was even less of a need to mention that they were all attacking a single person right now. This type of power was unimaginable, as if the end of the world had arrived and the world was about to collapse. The 108,000 holy swords swallowed and spat out sword radiance that turned into an ocean, devouring everything and sweeping through everything with the divine might of millions and millions of caddies. Hong! Every single sword radiance was like a flood that overflowed the heavens. It was extremely terrifying, making the spectators in the distance feel a chill from head to toe. The golden-winged little Pung King was so powerful. How could they still fight? He alone was enough to fight against a magnificent army. How many people in the younger generation could receive this kind of world-shaking divine might? Even if it was a Saint Child-level character, they would most likely die with a grievance. Yifan's heart trembled. In the past, he had once fought against this kind of unmatched divine technique. At that time, he used the myriad chi cauldron to defend himself and the terrifying black flames of the leaf fire divine furnace to extinguish it. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to break through. Now, he was facing it again, but he had lost the myriad chi cauldron and the leaf fire divine furnace. He could only rely on himself to fight. Hong! In his sea of reincarnation, lightning flashed and thunder roared. An endless golden ocean rushed out and drowned him, blocking the sword ocean outside. Crack! The aura of the beginning of heaven and earth filled the air. Above the golden sea of bitterness, endless lightning hacked and danced, enveloping Yi Fan as if the world was being created. He stood with a green lotus in his hand, his sleeves fluttering as he calmly faced the 108,000 holy swords. He used his own body to block this kind of unmatched divine technique that could kill a saint child. Ah! The golden-winged little Peng King let out a long cry. His head of golden hair seemed to be burning as he brandished his overflowing magical power and rushed forward. His gaze was like a heavenly sword that pierced through the void. He was like a demonic god, unstoppable. He held the one and only holy sword in his hand. It was condensed from the Sky Peng race's own holy blood and was known to be immortal. Yi Fan, I'm going to cut your soul. The Peng's cry reached the skies. He held the holy sword and hacked downwards. His energy and blood rushed into the heavens, his roar shaking the rivers and mountains. The endless mountain ranges were all shaking. Clang, clang, clang. The 108,000 swords hacked into the golden sea of bitterness and turned into golden sky pungs. They tore apart the heaven and earth and pounced towards Yi Fan. This was a supreme attack. Everyone was stunned. The golden-winged little Peng King indeed had the ability to look down on the younger generation. He actually used the holy sword to attack the divine body phenomenon. What kind of sharp and powerful attack was this? 108,000 sky pungs covered the sky and earth. They all seemed to be cast from gold. All of them were sinister and incomparably heroic. They spread their wings to split the heaven and earth and waved their claws to shatter the void. The peerlessly powerful attack and the divine pungs weaved about in the golden sea of bitterness. Peng cries sounded one after another, as if they were going to collapse this part of the heavens. It was so terrifying that everyone's mind was about to shatter. If it was anyone else, they would undoubtedly die. With so many golden pungs attacking them, they would be powerless to reverse the situation. However, Yi Fan was different. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm going to kill you until you feel despair. He stood with a green lotus in his hand. His entire body was enveloped in lightning and golden blood energy rushed into the heavens. With a loud boom, he used the golden sea of bitterness to seal this part of the sky. Then Yi Fan moved like lightning. With the green lotus in hand, he killed the endless golden sky pungs. The green lotus was like a green haze. It became hazy in Yi Fan's hand, drawing out green shadows one after another. However, it was incomparably terrifying as it killed all life forms. Yi Fan's movements were too fast. He attacked ruthlessly. The green lotus was as sharp as a blade as it sliced apart a sky pung. Blood splashed everywhere. He didn't stop and rushed towards the next one. Pooh! Pooh! He held the green lotus in his hand and continuously hacked about. Sky pung heads continuously fell, and the enormous sky pung corpses fell from the sky one after another. This was real blood. It was the blood of the golden-winged little Peng King's sacred life sword. It turned into an undying 108,000 swords, but at this moment, they were continuously cut down by Yi Fan. The divine body's sea of bitterness is golden and different from ours. It can produce an unrivaled defensive phenomenon. Many people in the distance were shocked. Ah! The golden-winged little Peng King let out a long cry. His majestic body cracked the sky, and golden waves of air rushed into the sky. It was as if a demon saint had been revived. He waved the main body of the golden holy sword in his hand and launched the fiercest attack. The sky pungs that fell into the golden sea of bitterness all screamed and burned, turning into endless killing light. However, in the golden sea of bitterness phenomenon, Yi Fan was like an absolute ruler. Lightning surrounded his body as if he was opening a world. He was unshakable. All the golden sky pungs couldn't get close to him and were continuously cut down by him. With each strike, a corpse was left, and with each strike, a bloody mist appeared. One after another, the corpses of the sky pungs could be clearly seen falling into the golden sea of bitterness. They were continuously cut down. Good. This is the holy sword nurtured by the birdman's blood essence. Although it is known to be indestructible, being cut down like this will injure his vitality. The large black dog cried out. The golden sea of bitterness was dyed red by blood. Countless sky pung corpses floated, and it was a tragic scene. Yi Fan's eyes were cold, and he was like an azura that had been revived. His black hair danced wildly, and he held a green lotus dripping with blood in his hand. He slaughtered mercilessly, and a total of 108,000 sky pungs were killed by him. Boom! With a final tremor, the golden sea of bitterness surged. Yi Fan stood with the green lotus in his hand. His clothes were not stained with blood, and he was calm and without ripples. He was like a god that was picking flowers. He shouted, "What else do you have? Just use it. I will kill them all today." In the distant sky, everyone was shocked. The 108,000 swords were enough to kill the saint, but they were all killed by Yi Fan, and the sky pung's blood essence was evaporated. Although the Yao Guang saint's expression was calm, his heart was still slightly shaken. His eyes became deeper and deeper. Meanwhile, the Wind Phoenix was very shocked. She didn't expect Yi Fan's methods to be so heaven-defying. He actually broke through the 108,000 swords like this. The Purple Mansion Saint and Zhao Fei's expressions were somewhat stiff. They knew that they couldn't kill 108,000 sky pungs like this. Their hearts were shaken. The little golden Pung King's hair was messy, and his eyes were as threatening as knives. His bloodthirst and wildness were fully displayed. He said in a cold voice, "I have my own methods to destroy you." Chapter 471. 108,000 holy swords could be called world-shaking and terrifying, but they were still broken by Yi Fan. 108,000 heavenly rocks were cut down, shocking the many spectators in the air. "What other methods do you have? Display them all." Yi Fan shouted out. The golden-winged little Pung stood in the void, golden waves surging around him. He was like a demon god that had descended to the world, his strength and overbearingness evident. Clang! A black halberd appeared in his hand. It was as heavy as a mountain, nearly collapsing the void. It was pitch black like ink, like a black hole that swallowed up one's mind. This was the famous Great Desolate Halberd. It was refined by the old Pung King in the Great Desolate and had followed him for his entire life. It was the most famous vicious weapon that an Eastern Wasteland Holy Lord level character possessed. As soon as the black Great Desolate Halberd appeared, it was like an ancient evil spirit had seen the light of day. The smell of blood blotted out the skies, as if countless lives were struggling and howling. These were the cries of the heroic spirits that the Great Desolate Halberd had slaughtered. It was unknown just how much blood it had drunk. It could be called an extremely cruel and tyrannical demonic weapon. A peerless killing intent rushed out, as if a savage dragon had been born. It could tear apart the world and tear apart the vault of heaven. This black halberd contained a boundless killing intent, causing everyone's heart to tremble with fear. This was not the first time they had seen this vicious weapon. Now that all of its seals had been undone, this was its true appearance, filled with the howls of millions of souls. "Go die!" The golden-winged little Pung shook the black halberd and chopped down. A black tide surged into the heavens. This was a destructive aura, as if a vicious god that had been hibernating in hell had been born. The world was suddenly cut apart, like a tattered painting being torn apart in the wind. The Great Desolate Halberd was invincible, sweeping away everything in its path. This didn't seem like a weapon at all, but more like a black world. It was like two worlds were colliding, the endless void collapsing, as if the entire world was being destroyed. Yi Fan hurriedly grasped the dragon vein black gold Saint Spirit sword to meet the attack. The sword crossed the skies, blocking the onslaught of this peerless vicious weapon. Sparks shot out in all directions, shattering the clouds in the horizon. The golden-winged little Pung sneered. He stood high in the air, grasping the black Great Desolate Halberd and constantly chopping downwards. This was not just a simple attack, but a weapon that contained the great Tao of the world. Boom! It transformed into a black demonic dragon that was as large as a mountain ridge. Several mountains below it collapsed on the spot. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Yifan. This was a vicious weapon that interweaved with the natural laws of heaven and earth. When held in one's hands, one could display endless vicious might. It would attack on its own, powerful beyond compare. Clang, clang, clang. Yifan brandished the holy sword and continuously hacked at this terrifying demonic dragon, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The sky became a chaotic place. This ferocious weapon of the Birdman is too powerful. Sealed within it is the old Rock King's inextinguishable will to fight. The laws of the world it interweaves are also focused on killing. It is very difficult to block. Li Heishui sighed. The great desolate halberd carried with it an inextinguishable killing intent. It was like a black true dragon controlled by a divine rock, piercing through the world and sweeping away all. The killing intent emitted by the great desolate halberd even caused the mountains below to crack apart. It was extremely frightening. If it was an ordinary young elite, they would have been turned into a bloody paste with a single strike. This Birdman indeed has the qualifications to be arrogant. He can already control such a vicious weapon in the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm. As expected, he is not easy to deal with. The large black dog revealed a solemn expression. Many people could already see that the little Rock King wanted to first exhaust Yifan's sea-like battle prowess. It was said that the body of a saint physique was unparalleled. He wanted to tire Yifan to death. Boom! Yifan displayed his manifestation again. When the Celestial King descends to the ninth heaven appeared, his aura was completely different. He became one with the Celestial King, standing in the ninth heaven. At the same time, the Sea of Bitterness appeared, accompanied by azure lotuses. His aura became many times stronger. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them battled from the horizon to the ground. Many mountains were cut apart, and many large valleys were filled in. Then they battled in the skies. His saint physique is so powerful. He actually fought 500 rounds with the little Rock King who wields a peerless, vicious weapon. Many people were amazed. The battle between the two of them was incredibly intense. They were evenly matched and they were locked in a stalemate. An hour had already passed. The little Rock King is also very terrifying. He doesn't show any signs of being devoured by the vicious weapon, but this still requires a great deal of his energy. Everyone was shocked by the battle prowess of the two of them. Many people felt fear. As members of the younger generation, if they went up, they would most likely be torn in half. Yifan's black gold dragon mark Holy Spirit sword was sturdy enough, but the laws woven into it were incomplete. Although the little Rock King's great desolate halberd wasn't forged from a saint artifact, the great Tao contained within it was extremely complete. The two of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to decide who was superior. Their battle caused the earth to shake, and dozens of mountains were cut apart. It was a terrifying scene, but they still couldn't decide who was superior. "Enough! I've had enough of you," the little Rock King shouted. He suddenly put away the great desolate halberd and displayed his supreme divine technique. Bang! His great golden hand smashed apart a mountain peak. His spirit soared to the skies, and with a great roar, mountains and rivers shook and endless leaves fluttered in the air. Transcendent sky rock seizing dragon technique. This was his most powerful killing move. In the past, he had bound his hands and feet and was unable to display it, so he had always been brooding over this. This technique could only be used after reaching the 4 extreme mystic realms. But now, he had already stepped into the Dragon Transformation mystic realm. It could be imagined just how terrifying he was. It had to be said that this was a truly world-shaking saint technique. It was a wonderful technique passed down through the bloodline of the Skyrock race. It could evolve into a phenomenon, and it could also become a killing technique. The little Rock King was well aware that a saint body could restrain all phenomena in the world. Thus, he did not display the dragon wrestling diagram, but instead evolved the dragon-seizing saint technique. An enormous heavenly pung appeared behind him. Golden light rushed into the heavens. It was as large as a mountain, and when it opened its ice-cold eyes, it caused people to feel fear. It was like a demonic god, its killing intent overflowing into the heavens. Once the peerless sky rock-seizing dragon holy technique was unleashed, the winds and clouds changed, and the heaven and earth lost color. Endless terrifying aura pervaded the air. At this moment, its mysterious veil was lifted. This was a flawless saint technique. The saints of the sky rock race had used this technique to kill countless overlords in ancient times. It moved along with the little rock king as if it had become one with him. A true dragon coiled between its claws and fingers, becoming its weapon. Kill! As soon as the little rock king moved, the divine Peng behind him also moved. Its great golden claws tore apart the heaven and earth as it clawed towards Yifan. It wanted to kill all life and slay all heroes of the world. Dang! Yifan brandished his golden fist and ferociously smashed it forward, colliding with the divine Peng's huge claw. An earth-shaking sound rang out, and even the mountains were shaking. Many spectators retreated in pain. This kind of sound wave almost pierced through their eardrums, and their heads were ringing. Peng! Yifan forcefully shook the divine Peng and resisted the peerless sky rock-seizing dragon technique. His golden fist shattered the void. He actually used his flesh to resist this kind of unmatched saint technique. This kind of killing saint technique had killed several human saints in the ancient times. It is incomparably terrifying, yet he dares to face it head-on. Everyone was astonished. Yifan fought the divine Peng barehandedly and fought against the little rock king. This kind of saint technique was evolving into a Tao fruit. It was extremely terrifying. That divine Peng was a derivative of the Tao. It moved with the little rock king's will and killed all creatures. Let's see how long you can last. As long as my cultivation realm is high enough, I can even kill saints, let alone you. The little rock king said coldly. The peerless sky rock-seizing dragon technique became even more terrifying. There was a true dragon swimming between the golden Peng's claws. The two merged together and sealed everything. Yifan felt a great pressure. This kind of saint technique was indeed terrifying. If he resisted it with his flesh alone, he would definitely suffer greatly. The golden divine Peng was as tall as a mountain. Its eyes were ice-cold as it looked down on Yifan. Every time it brandished its enormous claws, it was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. That true dragon merged with it, making up for all of the flaws. Wang! Yifan was forced to use the battle saint technique. Otherwise, he would truly be in danger. His entire body was resplendent like a golden rainbow. Divine radiance rushed into the heavens. Dang! His hands pushed outwards, directly producing an enormous coffin. Mist curled about and released a sky-shaking sound as it flew towards the mountainous sky Peng. The coffin lid separated from the coffin, about to suck the divine Peng inside. The terrifying might was intimidating. This is too abnormal. Many people were stupefied and felt that this was inconceivable. Little Yi is too lacking in morals. He is purposely angering others. Even Li Heishui muttered. Everyone wrongly blamed Yifan. He was producing the coffin of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. He always felt that it had a Tao aura and wanted to use it to suppress the peerless sky Peng. Dang! The mountainous divine Peng was truly sucked inside. Even that true dragon couldn't escape. However, as soon as the coffin lid closed, a sky-shaking sound rang out. The peerless sky Peng spread its wings and struck the sky. It immediately shattered the coffin and rushed out. That true dragon even tore apart the remaining parts of the coffin and destroyed everything. This is a peerless saint technique. You can't break it. The golden-winged little Peng sneered. His mouth full of snow-white teeth appeared incomparably sinister. Dang! Yifan didn't reply and attacked again. The battle saint technique was ever-changing, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was difficult for him to evolve it to the extreme. The two fought a life-and-death battle. This time, it was even more intense. Saint technique against saint technique, they fought for 1,500 rounds. Even Yifan was in awe. He didn't expect the Sky Peng race's peerless saint technique to be so terrifying. It is comparable to Hua Yunfei's one thought to bloomflowers, sovereign descent. This is a peerless saint technique. Fortunately, he doesn't have the 10,000 transformations saint technique. The more Yifan fought, the more apprehensive he became. The two fought intensely and had already fought for 2,500 rounds. The red sun had already set in the west. It was even more intense than the battle with Hua Yunfei last time. This golden-winged little Peng king is indeed peerless in courage. Many people were astonished. The saint physique is also very terrifying. The two are evenly matched. There wasn't a single spectator who wasn't astonished. When everyone compared their own fighting strength with these two, there wasn't a single person who wasn't alarmed. Many people felt a chill run down their spine, and their arrogance was completely gone. In front of these people, Yifan couldn't use the all-secret character. He didn't want to expose his greatest trump card. However, he didn't want to waste any more time. They had already fought for almost 3,000 rounds. This was the longest battle he had fought since he came into being. And at this time, the golden-winged little Peng sneered and said, "Is this all you've got? Then I'll send you on your way." Not good. This birdman still has a peerless saint technique to use. Li Heishui cried out in alarm. Heavenly demonic slaughtering saint art? First style. The golden-winged little Peng shouted loudly. His golden hair danced chaotically, as if he had turned into a heavenly demonic god. Divine light rushed into the heavens. That golden heavenly Peng became smaller and completely merged with him. He himself had become the evolution of the Tao. A vivid and lifelike golden divine Peng appeared between his brows. With a light wave, the great mountain in front of him immediately collapsed. His battle strength was astonishing. Boom! Yifan felt the most terrifying threat of death. He quickly retreated with a shocked expression. The opponent's battle strength had suddenly increased by several times. Heavens, it really is the heavenly demonic slaughtering art. According to legend, this is a peerless saint technique created specifically for the sake of slaughtering saints. I know. The old Peng king explored some ruins and not only obtained the true blood of the heavenly Peng, but also this peerless saint technique. Not long ago, everyone found out that the golden-winged little Peng had washed his body with the true blood of the heavenly Peng. Now they immediately understood everything. This was a preparation for cultivating the heavenly demonic slaughtering art. Just now, Yifan was still rejoicing that the opponent didn't have Hua Yunfei's myriad transformations saint art. He didn't expect a peerless saint technique created for killing saints to appear. Now he was completely forced into a corner. The battle saint technique had to be refined to the extreme. Boom! Yifan used the battle saint technique to evolve the Taiji, causing the heaven and earth to collapse. He raised his battle strength to the extreme, and his golden blood was completely boiling. Boom! A yin fish and a yang fish hugged each other. A Taiji diagram appeared in the western part of the city, flowing with the aura of the great Tao. The entire heaven and earth were trembling. Yifan's hands trembled, and the yin fish and yang fish soared into the sky together. They spat out true yang and true yin, and the fish leaped into the sky like a dragon. They were refined to the extreme, each holding a diagram of the great Tao. Rumble! The battle saint technique evolved the Taiji great Tao and clashed with the first move of the heavenly demonic slaughtering art. The golden-winged little Peng was immediately sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and trembled continuously. What? The heavenly demonic slaughtering art that can kill saints was suppressed. How did the saint physique do it? The crowd was shocked. Chapter 472. The celestial demonic saint slaughtering art's reputation was too great. It was created by the Sky Peng race's saint and was specially used to kill the human race's saints. During the ancient era, it became a terrifying blood-colored art. When this holy art was mentioned, there was no one whose expression did not change. It should have disappeared for more than 100,000 years and was sealed in the dust of history. Who would have thought that it would appear again today? Cough! The little Peng king continuously coughed out blood. Golden light flowed around his majestic body, and a wild radiance flickered in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Yifan. He never thought that the unparalleled saint slaughtering art would not be able to kill Yifan, and instead caused him to suffer heavy injuries. This result was difficult for him to accept. Chong! The little Peng king spat out the last mouthful of blood. He straightened his body and revealed a cruel expression. His teeth were white as snow as he said, "You exceeded my expectations, but you still have to die." This is only the first form of the celestial demonic saint slaughtering art. He was like a blood-soaked Azura. His battle intent surged, and his killing intent shook the heavens. Golden energy surged around his body, and his eyes were as intimidating as cold lightning. The old Peng King truly had a great opportunity. After exploring those ruins, he actually obtained his race's supreme holy art. The Sky Peng race once again possesses this supreme holy art. In the future, not many people will dare to provoke them. This is a formless deterrence. The Doomsday Holy Body is truly terrifying. What kind of holy art did he use? It could actually suppress the saint slaughtering art. This is truly shocking. He must have learned some ancient scriptures. No one could remain calm. Shock was written all over their faces as their hearts rose and fell violently. They stared blankly at the two great experts on the battlefield. Yifan's eyes turned cold. The little Peng King had not died yet. The other party's vitality was extremely powerful, and apart from himself, he was the one with the most terrifying physical body in the younger generation. Celestial demonic saint slaughtering art, second form. The little Peng King shouted. A blazing radiance streaked across the heaven and earth. A golden Peng turned into a human, and with a scepter in hand, it walked over from the distant horizon. Formless killing intent surged like a tide, and terrifying fluctuations erupted like a volcano. This was a terrifying golden figure with a Peng head and a human body. He was like an unparalleled king that looked down on the great wastelands. It was as if he had come from an ancient land. Every step he took caused the mountains and rivers to tremble. He possessed an incomparable pressure that made it hard for everyone to breathe. This was the second style of the celestial fiend slaughtering saint art. It materialized a golden body of a king and pressed down on Yifan. Killing intent swept out in all directions. Boom! He held the scepter in his hand, and when he brandished it, mountains and rivers were split apart. The dome of the heavens shattered. He was like a deity, possessing a might that was difficult to defend against. Golden energy waves erupted like a mountain torrent, like a vast ocean striking the sky, forming a boundless wave that pressed forward, burying Yifan underneath. It was a terrifying killing technique that was difficult to defend against. It was as if a saint was making a move. Mortals were like ants, powerless to reverse the situation. Yifan was shocked. He stepped back decisively with crazy Ol's footwork. He protected himself with the golden bitter sea and blocked with the green lotus. Clang, clang, clang. Beside Yifan, golden divine light fell down like raindrops. Every strike pierced through the void, and the destructive power was shocking. Everyone was stunned. That golden figure was like an ancient demonic god. Every time he waved his scepter, there would be an endless rain of light that came crashing down. Every beam of divine light pierced through the void, turning it into a ruined land. Its offensive power was unparalleled. This was not one attack, but thousands upon thousands of beams of light. All of them were flying toward Yifan, making it impossible for him to dodge. The terrifying celestial fiend slaughtering saint art is indeed frightening. Once such a divine art is used, how many people in the younger generation can resist it? In the ancient times, when saints passed away, their blood spilled over the world. It was caused by this divine art. It's so terrifying. At this time, even the Alcade Saint Child's eyes were flickering with brilliance. He stared unblinkingly, as if he could penetrate time and space and see the source of everything. Unknowingly, the divine light on his body became much more resplendent. It almost turned into a world, and each beam was extremely clear. Yifan could not avoid it, so he no longer retreated. The battle saint technique was refined to the extreme. He was evolving his own path to resist this terrifying divine art. At this moment, he was neither happy nor worried. There were no distracting thoughts in his mind. His entire being seemed to be detached from the world. His heart was empty as he held the moon in his hands and slowly pushed it forward. The great Tao of Tai Chi appeared behind him. His hands moved, one as black as ink and the other as white as jade. They drew the trajectory of the Tao. His hands turned into the yin and yang divine points of the great Tao of Tai Chi, representing the true yin and true yang. In the Tai Chi divine diagram, the yang diagram gave birth to a bit of yin and the yin diagram gave birth to a bit of yang. It was the embodiment of the extreme changes of the Tao. At this time, his hands were the true yin and true yang. They were the beginning and end of the path of evolution, representing an eternal and unchanging law. His left hand represented the true yin and was as black as ink. It pressed down in the void, and with a loud boom, a huge black hole appeared. Nothing could be seen in that area. It devoured all light and no one could see through it. Everyone's souls were about to be sucked in. There was not a single spectator who wasn't horrified. Yifan's left hand turned into the true yin and pressed down on the void. It evolved into a black hole and swallowed the endless rain of light. The myriad of attacks couldn't injure him. "You can't break it. I'm going to kill your living soul," the little Peng shouted. The wild radiance in his eyes became even more vigorous. Boom! In front of him, the figure that resembled an ancient deity became increasingly clear. A crown appeared on the Peng's head, exuding an inviolable majesty. The golden scepter in his hand was even more dazzling. It was as if a sun was embedded in it. This figure waved the scepter with all his might. Countless murderous divine lights turned into a surging river and rushed forward together. Endless resplendence filled the eyes. Tens of thousands of golden rivers passed through the void and rushed towards Yifan. Everything in their path was destroyed. Everyone felt suffocated. Their bodies trembled and they quickly retreated. This was the fear that originated from the source of their life, and it was continuously spreading. Golden energy waves erupted. Every single one of them contained the great Tao of slaughter. The laws of heaven and earth interweaved and surged. The aura of destruction was vast and mighty. Yifan was under tremendous pressure. All the bones in his body were crackling, and the black hole on his left hand was about to collapse. It was as if a great mountain was crushing his body. If it was any other cultivator, they would have long been turned into meat paste. Even his body was creaking. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Yifan's mouth. He didn't spit it out on purpose to confuse the world, but rather because he was truly injured by the mighty force. Boom! The celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art was terrifying to the extreme. It had once caused rivers of blood to flow on the great earth and saints' blood to dye the vast sky. The endless light became the only thing between the heaven and earth. It submerged Yifan and wanted to tear him apart and turn him into a bloody pulp. Celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art, third move. The little Peng roared and the mountains shook. At this crucial moment, he also released the third move, and when combined with the previous move, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing through rotten wood. It was even more terrifying. The little Peng did everything he could to use this unparalleled Saint Art. He wanted to completely eliminate Yifan. Only after experiencing such a great battle did he understand how terrifying a saint body was. He could only attack with all his strength. He didn't want to give Yifan any chance. He wanted to destroy his body and soul in one move so that he would never be able to rise again. The third move of the celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art has been used. Legend has it that once this move is used, saint blood will be seen. Even ancient saints will fall. Everyone cried out in surprise. They all widened their eyes and watched nervously. They didn't think that the little Peng would have such a heaven-defying method. If he continued to grow and completely understood the peerless saint-slaying art, he would definitely become a saint-slayer and be unrivaled under the heavens. Boom! Yifan felt as if he was struck by lightning. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. This was an extremely difficult battle. He didn't think that the opponent's Saint Art would be so terrifying. The little Peng indeed had the qualifications to look down on the young heroes under the heavens. Once the celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art was used, who could resist? Yifan struggled with all his might. His left hand was as black as ink, representing the true yin of the great Tao. It evolved into a black hole. His right hand was as white as jade, representing the true yang. Boom! 9 great waves struck one after another. The surface of Yi Fan's body cracked. Even his powerful physical body was about to be destroyed by the monstrous magical power. The endless laws of the Great Tao were contained within the third move of the celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art. Even the black hole couldn't devour and absorb them all. Yi Fan was injured again and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art is too terrifying. It can't be resisted. The legends are true. Once the third move of the celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art is used, the blood of saints will flow. Although Yi Fan is not a saint, he has a saint physique. At least the rumors are true. Boom! Yi Fan's body shook violently. He couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. The laws of the Great Tao were everywhere, and it was filled with the bloody aura of killing saints. It made him feel as if doomsday was coming. After so many battles, this was the first time he had such an ominous feeling. It was as if the celestial devil slaughtering saint was specifically targeting him. Cough! He kept coughing out blood. This was the first time he was injured like this in a battle. It was an extremely difficult and dangerous battle. Everyone was watching nervously. This move might decide the winner of life and death. Many people felt that Yi Fan wouldn't be able to hold on. Life, death, life. Yi Fan's heart calmed down at the most critical moment. His right hand was white and flawless, representing the true yang, and it kept flickering. He eliminated all distracting thoughts and emptied his mind. It was as if time had stopped. Suddenly, his eyes shot out a dazzling divine light. He suddenly understood everything. Boom! The right hand representing the true yang burst out with light even more resplendent than the 10 suns. It fiercely pressed down in the void, and then it collided with the black hole in his left hand. Rumble! This part of the world was shattered. The vault of heaven seemed to be overturned, and the earth seemed to be sinking forever. Nothing existed anymore. The collision of the true yang and true yin caused the Taiji divine diagram to evolve to the extreme. Yi Fan comprehended many Tao laws in this life and death battle. Although he was almost severed by the celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art in this arduous battle, he gained a lot. He comprehended many things and evolved some of his own Tao for the first time. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded continuously. Yi Fan's whole body was dripping with golden blood. He was seriously injured, but he still smiled, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Ah! On the other side, the little Peng screamed. The third move of the celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art was broken. The crowned deity in front of him was immediately shattered. He himself also suffered a terrifying impact. Almost in an instant, his body was pierced through by the true yang and true yin, leaving behind 7 to 8 bloody holes. The little Peng was majestic, but his body was covered in blood. He fell backward with his hair flying in the wind. His golden pupils were filled with anger as he was blown away by the terrifying energy. Celestial devil slaughtering saint. He roared, wanting to use the fourth move with all his might. Yi Fan sneered and rushed over, leaving behind a blur. How could he let the opponent attack him? The little Peng retreated with extreme speed, but Yi Fan still caught up. The old lunatic steps were a bit better. Buzz! Yi Fan's golden palm slammed down, and the little Peng's celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art was forcibly interrupted. The little Peng spurted out a mouthful of blood again as he passively resisted. Clang! The two clashed fiercely. For the first time, their bodies clashed, emitting blinding light. Ah! The little Peng screamed. It was obvious that he had suffered a great loss in this collision. His right hand was almost deformed, and his body was covered in blood with many wounds. Pooh! Yi Fan rushed over and attacked with all his strength, suppressing the little Peng. He continuously launched heavy attacks, not giving the little Peng any chance. In the distance, everyone was shocked. This was a battle of life and death, and the curtains were about to fall. Clang! Chong! The little Peng screamed after the bitter collision. His golden hair stood on end, and he was furious to the extreme. Kill! Yi Fan roared. He had long since unleashed his true anger. He twisted the little Peng's arm with a momentum that could devour mountains and rivers. Ah! Yifan screamed. The heaven and earth shook as he tore with all his might. Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere as he tore off the little Peng's right arm. Peng blood dyed the sky. Chapter 473. Ah! The little Peng screamed as his arm was torn off. Blood gushed out and half of his body was dyed red. He operated his innate chi and his life source boiled. A golden blood energy shot out from his severed arm and burned the void until it collapsed. This was a destructive aura. He was determined to perish indiscriminately and forced Yifan to evade. This method of mutual destruction almost made him burn. Boom! Boundless magical power and overflowing Tao patterns rushed out. The sky was completely destroyed and turned into a terrifying place. Yifan was forced back as the boundless Tao laws pressed down on him. This was the Tao power contained in the little Peng's blood, the innate talent of his race. The demonic race was different from the human race. Their blood contained the treasures left behind by their ancestors. Once it was opened and excavated, there would be unimaginable power. The more powerful the ancestor was, the more terrifying the bloodline treasure left behind. Once it was revealed, it would have astonishing divine might and could even create the terrifying scene of an ancient heavenly demon descending. Yifan was confident in his victory and didn't want to risk his life against him. There was no need to seriously injure himself and retreat hundreds of meters while the other was struggling. The little Peng's golden hair was stained with blood. He screamed in pain as his left hand touched his severed arm. His eyes were full of disbelief. My arm was actually cut off. He couldn't accept this reality. This result was even worse than killing him. A crazed killing intent appeared in his eyes as he growled, "I, the little Peng, will never be defeated." He faced the sky and roared. His golden hair stood on end as a terrifying divine radiance shot out from his eyes. The golden radiance around his body was like a raging flame. In the distance, everyone was incomparably shocked. Yifan tore off one of the little Peng's arms with his bare hands. This result made everyone's hearts go cold. Many descendants of the supreme sex had an unnatural expression in their eyes. This kind of battle prowess caused them to feel a chill in their hearts. That was the heavenly demon slaughtering saint art, a matchless divine technique, yet it couldn't stop the divine physique. A few saint children were extremely fearful. Their eyes were cold as they felt a great threat. The divine physique's battle prowess made them feel uneasy. The wind phoenix's figure was tall and slender. She was graceful and elegant as she stood in the distant sky. Her beautiful eyes were flowing with brilliance, and the multicolored mask emitted a gentle radiance that covered her face. It was unknown what kind of expression she was wearing. However, from the fluctuating luster in her eyes, it could be seen that she was shaken and her state of mind was not very calm. Wavering light Saint Child was very calm. His body was flowing with holy light, and his eyes were like deep ponds. He stood in the air without moving, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ah! The golden-winged little Peng King cried out loudly, his roar shaking rivers and mountains. After losing an arm, he went completely mad. Celestial demon slaughtering Saint Art, fourth form. He looked up to the sky and roared. Golden blood chi surged all over his body, as if he was standing in a golden ocean. Terrifying energy surged like huge waves, towering into the sky. His hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like an injured demon king. Golden-winged little Peng King had thrown caution to the wind. He forcefully executed the fourth style of the saint-slaying art with his broken body. He still wanted to kill Yifan, and his boundless killing intent didn't weaken at all. "Do you think you still have a chance?" Yifan sneered. This kind of unparalleled divine technique was indeed too terrifying. He didn't want to passively endure it. At this moment, he turned into a ray of divine light and rushed over. His left hand was true yin, and his right hand was true yang. He unleashed a heaven-overflowing attack and forcefully interrupted the saint-slaying art. Boom! This heaven and earth collapsed in an instant. A terrifying wave of energy surged violently as if 10,000 great waves were crashing over in succession. Rumble. The golden-winged little Pung King roared angrily, but it was useless. With his cultivation, activating the fourth style of the celestial demon slaughtering art was already very difficult. Now Yifan unleashed such a tyrannical attack. It was as if nothing existed anymore as he destroyed everything with his powerful battle prowess. Pong! The golden-winged little Pung King felt as if he had been struck by a 10,000 catty hammer. All the bones in his body creaked, and blood sprayed out from his mouth. He suffered a backlash after being forcefully interrupted. Boom! At the same time, Yifan rushed over. He raised his golden fist and smashed down, using his peerless brute force to destroy everything in his way. This was the Saint physique. The unparalleled physical body was displayed to the fullest at this moment. As long as it was broken through, even the most powerful Pung race and Jiao Dragon race would have to nurse a grievance. Dang! Yifan's fist collided with the golden-winged little Pung King's left palm, immediately distorting it out of shape. Couldn't stop him at all. Kill! Even so, the golden-winged little Pung King was still roaring and crazily attacking. Pong! Yifan threw out 8 punches in a row, and all of them landed on that deformed palm. It was difficult for him to endure that kind of intense pain. PFFF. Yifan's 9th attack landed. The golden fist immediately turned that palm into a bloody mist and completely shattered it. The golden-winged little Pung King angrily roared. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden radiance. With a pew sound, the air was torn apart like a window paper. Yifan evaded it. His eyes were cold without a trace of mercy. In a battle of life and death, it was either you die or I die. If one's heart was soft, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Kacha! Both of his hands moved at the same time, twisting the little Pung King's heavily injured left arm. With a fierce pull, a large amount of blood rained down, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. Yifan broke his left arm and tore it off. The eerie white bones and gushing blood splashed onto his body, making him look like a ruthless Azura. Pong! He threw out a punch, and the little Pung King's chest caved in, emitting a terrifying bone-cracking sound. The golden-winged little Pung King was beaten until he no longer resembled a human. He flew backwards, and his majestic body lost both arms. It was almost impossible for him to resist, but right at this time he began to laugh cruelly. He was incomparably arrogant and callous. It was as if a deity from hell had broken free from its shackles and rushed out. He coldly said, "I finally succeeded. Heavenly demonic slaughtering art, 4th style." At this moment, everyone's hearts palpitated. It was as if they had arrived at the end of the world, and their bodies were about to die. Every single one of them trembled, and many of them almost collapsed onto the ground, wanting to kneel down. Within the endless mountains, all of the birds and beasts were lying on the ground. Their bodies were trembling as they worshipped in this direction. Yifan's first impression was that the shadow of death had enveloped him. He decisively retreated and quickly distanced himself from that place. "It's useless, you can't escape." The golden-winged little Pung King was incomparably cold. One after another, void figures flew over from the endless heavens and entered his body. 2 arms of light appeared where his arms were severed. They were vivid and lifelike, and they were even more powerful. Ancient ancestors, heed my call. Heavenly demonic, descend into this world and become one with me. Kill all saints. The golden-winged little Pung King's voice was overcast. His cold words resounded through this world like a demonic incantation, making the endless mountain range rumble and shake. Everyone was stunned. Just what kind of matchless holy art was the heavenly demonic slaughtering art? Why was it so strange? Hong! Terrifying fluctuations erupted like an endless volcano. It was as if a heaven-connecting tsunami engulfed all directions, shaking the heavens above and earth below. A terrifying scene appeared. Tall and sturdy figures descended one after another, merging together with the golden-winged little Pung King. In his surroundings, relief sculptures appeared one after another, releasing an ancient aura. It was as if they had returned to the distant past. "What is that?" Everyone cried out in alarm. The golden-winged little Pung King merged with those heroic figures. His arms seemed to have been reborn, appearing extremely real and full of a powerful feeling. In his surroundings, there were a few relief sculptures dyed in blood. They were extremely terrifying, as if they were narrating a past event. Chong. Golden battle clothes covered his body, and a scepter appeared in his hands. He was like an unmatched king. Hong. Even more terrifying scenes appeared. There were many figures around him. The terrifying scenes from the distant past passed through time and space, reappearing in the mortal world. The heavenly demonic slaughtering art has a demonic nature. It has summoned the ancient heroic spirits of the Sky Pung race, recreating the scenes of the past. Those are ancient saints lying in pools of blood. The golden-winged little Pung King's body was covered by the battle clothes. Only his pair of golden pupils were exposed, frightening people's souls. His entire body was covered by the golden divine clothes. Beside him, there were figures whose hearts had been pierced by the golden scepter, people whose heads had been torn off by the Sky Pung King, and corpses at his feet. These were all ancient saints. All of them were lying in pools of blood, their corpses lying on the ground. They had died countless years ago under the heavenly demonic slaughtering art. Hong. The golden-winged little Pung King brandished the golden scepter and attacked towards Yifan. An endless terrifying aura pervaded the air. He was like a deity, and every movement he made contained the laws of the great Tao. Dong. Yifan felt as if he was struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. He felt the shadow of death looming over his body. This is too terrifying. This is only the fourth form of the heavenly demonic slaughtering art. There are still 5 more forms after this. No wonder he dares to use the 2 words slaughtering saint as his name. The golden-winged little Pung King can only use the first 4 forms, but this is already enough to look down on his peers. Who can stop him? Everyone was alarmed. The golden-winged little Pung King's eyes were bone-piercingly cold. With the scepter in his hand, he took large strides towards Yifan and said, "Can you still break it?" Hong. He brandished the scepter downwards. The golden scepter cut through the vast sky. With every step he took, the heaven and earth moved with him. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying scene emerged. The corpses of ancient saints lay on the ground. Blood flowed in streams as they fell at his feet. This scene made him seem full of demonic nature. Could it be that he really summoned the ancient saints of the Sky Pung race? It shouldn't be. Countless years have passed. It is impossible to summon more heroic spirits. Perhaps this is only the embodiment of the great Tao laws. Everyone was astonished and shaken. No one can stop my steps. It is time for you to be executed. The golden-winged little Pung King was covered in golden divine clothes. His pupils were as sharp as blades as he hacked down with the golden scepter. Hong. Yifan was sent flying again. The opponent's power was strange and indescribable. It was as if he was possessed by a divine spirit. He was undefeatable. At this point, how could he care about anything else? The secret of all of the 9 secrets was about to be revealed. The opponent's unparalleled holy technique was too terrifying. He had to use both the secret of all and the secret of fighting. The golden-winged little Pung King was unstoppable. Every move he made was the law of the great Tao. With the scepter in his hand, it was as if he was the ruler of the world. He closed in with large strides, and nothing could stop him. Yifan continuously coughed out blood. He could not endure this kind of unparalleled divine might. If it was any other young hero, they would have long been annihilated. There was no way they could resist at all. The ancient saints' corpses lay at his feet. Blood flowed everywhere, filling the golden-winged little Pung King with a wild nature. His majestic body was like a resurrected demonic sovereign as he appeared in the world of mortals. Yifan was anxious. He had circulated the secret of 9 several hundred times, yet he still did not succeed. This kind of random triggering was too passive after all. During this process, his body was almost cut in half by that scepter. He narrowly avoided it, but a terrifying wound appeared on his waist. This was the most dangerous battle he had ever fought since he fought a life-and-death battle. At this moment, the golden-winged little Peng King was almost undefeatable. Yi Fan circulated the secret of all of the 9 secrets again, but it actually failed again. A shadow appeared in his heart. His luck today was too bad. Could it be that the heavens wanted him to die? What are you going to use to fight me? The golden-winged little Peng King roared. Dong! The golden scepter was like the heavens. As it descended, heaven and earth collapsed. Yi Fan could not block it at all. He immediately flew out and spat out large mouthfuls of blood again. Today, the secret of all's activation was too terrible. It actually didn't appear even once. Yi Fan could not be distracted anymore. The golden-winged little Peng King's speed was not slower than his and was only a hair behind. He arrived in front of him like lightning and continuously hacked down. At this moment, this young king of the Sky Peng race had displayed the 4th move of the celestial demonic saint slaughtering art. It was as if a celestial demonic had descended into the world. At this critical juncture, Yi Fan was strangely calm since he could not activate the secret of all. He could not rely on luck to fight for his life and death. Everything depended on himself. He began to earnestly display the battle saint technique and display the secret to the extreme. He wanted to realize the sublimation of his own understanding of the Tao. Futile struggle, you have no chance at all. The golden-winged little Peng King was cold and eerie. His snow-white teeth were frighteningly white. Bang! The golden scepter swept over, and Yi Fan was sent flying again. His whole body was covered in golden blood and his bones were almost broken. If not for his saint physique, he would have died many times over. My Tao, my life and death. Yi Fan's left hand was as black as ink, representing the true Yin. His right hand was as translucent as white jade, representing the true Yang. They flickered continuously and emitted terrifying fluctuations. The golden-winged little Peng King's eyes turned cold. He quickly attacked and did not give Chu Feng the chance to use it. The 3rd move of the celestial demonic saint slaughtering art was broken by the true Yin and true Yang. He was somewhat apprehensive. Boom! Yi Fan was sent flying again. His whole body was stained with blood. Many terrifying wounds appeared on his body, as if they were going to pierce through his flesh. This is too terrifying. The celestial demonic saint slaughtering art is indeed unparalleled. Even the saint physique can't withstand it. After this battle, who in the same generation can compete with the little Peng King? What a pity. The Doomsday Saint physique didn't have a glorious ending and will end in darkness. Everyone discussed in a low voice. They were all apprehensive. Dao, Dao, Dao! Yi Fan shouted. His hands were still forming seals, one representing the true Yin and the other representing the true Yang. He shouted, Extraordinary Tao! When the golden scepter was swung down, a thought flashed in his mind and he captured the path of the great Tao. The Taiji diagram appeared behind him. His hands represented the true Yin and true Yang. His body bent down like a dragon, turning into that Yin and Yang dividing line. The true dragon's figure formed a curved line. This was the path of the great Tao. Swoosh! At this moment, Yi Fan broke through the limit of speed. His body turned into that dragon-shaped curve. Tao trace. Nothing could stop him. He tore through everything like rotten weeds. All obstacles in front of him would be destroyed. Kacha! The little Peng King's scepter swung forward, but it was immediately cut apart by the dragon-shaped Tao trace formed by Yi Fan's body. What? How is this possible? How did he do it? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Hong! Yi Fan's body turned into the world's most terrifying weapon. There was nothing it couldn't destroy. Nothing could stop him in half a step. Chi! The little Peng King was almost cut in half at the waist. Yi Fan's dragon-shaped Tao trace brushed past his body, cutting off more than half of his waist. Ah! The little Peng King screamed miserably. His intestines flowed out and blood gushed out. Chi! The dragon-shaped Tao trace formed by Yi Fan rushed back again. This was the dividing line of the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram, a tangible trace of the great Tao. Pooh! Blood gushed out from the little Peng King's throat. His head was almost cut off. The celestial demon slaughtering sacred art's fourth move was completely broken. He staggered and almost collapsed, losing all fighting strength. This time, Yifan's harvest was too great. He comprehended this type of Tao between life and death and perfectly developed it with the Battle Saint technique. Little Peng King, I'll send you on your way. Yifan closed in and grabbed his legs. Then he forcefully pulled. Pooh! Blood splashed out. Yifan hacked the little Peng King in half. Everyone was stunned. The two of them fought for close to 5,000 exchanges. In the end, the dying Saint Physique won and hacked the little Peng King in half. Chapter 474. In this life and death battle between the peak of the younger generation, Yifan had cleaved the little Peng King in half. Blood splattered everywhere. His entire body was soaked in Peng blood as he stood in the air. Even his hair was stained with blood. He was like an Azura bathed in blood. The little Peng King's body had been torn in half, and all his internal organs had flowed out. It was a bloody scene. He was completely crippled. Everyone's expression changed. The insufferably arrogant little Peng King had actually ended up like this. It was too tragic. He was originally a peak figure of the younger generation. He had been born at a young age and was powerful and tyrannical. He had dominated the eastern wasteland for 10 years and was unrivaled among his peers. But in the end, he had ended up in such a tragic state. The Wind Phoenix's watery eyes were filled with shock. She couldn't believe all this. The arrogant little Peng King had been defeated so thoroughly. Zhao Efei's expression was stiff and shocked. Whether it was the little Peng King or Yifan, both had heaven-defying methods. This kind of battle made him shiver. On the other side, Yao Shi's expression was incomparably complicated. Even such a saint body made her feel uneasy. Such power had exceeded her expectations. Her weakness was in the opponent's hands. She had always wanted to take it back but couldn't. Although the Purple Mansion Saint, the Saint of all beginnings, the Jade Lake Saintess, and the others' expressions were unchanged, it was hard to say whether they were calm or not. Yifan hacked apart the little Peng King. His entire body was dripping with blood. His injuries were not light either. The celestial fiend slaughtering Saint art was unparalleled in this world. It was a peerless divine art. It left many terrible wounds on his body. The two had fought for almost 5,000 rounds before a victor was decided. This was the most difficult battle he had encountered since he was born. He had almost died here. If he hadn't comprehended some of his Tao at the crucial moment and used the Battle Saint art to perfectly display it, he would really have died with a grievance. Just kill me. Ah! The little Peng King screamed in despair. His powerful body had been crippled by Yifan. This was a fatal blow. At this moment, only his head was still intact. His body had been completely torn in half by Yifan. Yifan didn't move at all. He was silent. He felt a pair of cold eyes staring at him, and a killing intent seeped into his bones. This was a terrifying will. Those eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the void. A single thought able to make the great earth flow with rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. It was as if a peerless divine lord had descended into the world. He stood in the clouds and looked down at the boundless earth. He stared coldly at Yifan, and killing intent suffused the air. He couldn't see that person, but he knew that it was definitely the old Rock King, who was infamous throughout the world and even the great sage lords were extremely afraid of. Yifan could feel the supreme aura of the celestial demon slaughtering Saint art. It was many times more terrifying than the little golden wing Peng King. With a single thought, it could turn millions of living beings into corpses. The old Peng King swept through the world, making even the holy masters retreat. He was a peerless overlord that looked down on the entire eastern wasteland. It was difficult to find an opponent. Now that he had obtained the celestial demon slaughtering Saint art, it was hard for outsiders to predict how powerful he was. Give me a quick death. Just kill me. I won't have any regrets dying in your hands like this. The little golden wing Peng King roared. Yifan really hated him. Every time they met, this arrogant birdman would provoke him and try to suppress him. This battle had already been decided a long time ago. However, after seeing his utter despair and unyielding appearance, Yifan suddenly felt that this hateful birdman was somewhat straightforward. From a certain perspective, the little golden wing Peng King was much more pleasing to the eye than the scheming Hua Yunfei. He was also much more straightforward than the Alcade Saint's son whose motives were unclear. Hua Yunfei, Yao Shi, the Saint's sons. No matter if these people were good or bad, they wouldn't act so openly. Only the little golden wing Peng King dared to fight him to the death. PFFF. In the end, Yi Fan still moved. His right hand slashed horizontally and cut off the little golden wing Peng King's head. Holding it in his hand, the torn corpse spewed out fresh blood as it fell from the sky. The crowd was in an uproar. Yi Fan still crippled the little golden wing Peng King in the end. His heavenly Peng true body was destroyed, and all of his cultivation was gone. From now on, the little golden wing Peng King no longer existed in this world. A heavenly talent, a king of a generation. It's all in the past just like that. What a pity. He could have soared to the skies and could have become a supreme demonic lord, but he ended up like this. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken. The illustrious little golden wing Peng King met a tragic end just like that. Everyone said that he might be able to walk the path of the great emperor, and he indeed didn't disappoint them. He defied the natural order and killed immortals, suppressing the heroes of the older generation. Unfortunately, he encountered the doomsday sacred physique. This was a character who could compete with the young great emperor in name and in reality. In the end, he still met a tragic end. Just kill me. Give me a quick death. The little golden wing Peng King roared with his divine will. Tears actually rolled down from his eyes. Everyone's hearts were greatly moved. This arrogant and unruly young king was actually shedding tears. One could imagine just how disheartened he was right now. Everyone was shocked. The threat of the saint physique was too great. Looking across the entire eastern wasteland, there were probably less than a handful of people in the younger generation who could compete with him. The only thing that made them feel fortunate was that Yi Fan didn't have much time left. He only had half a month left. If he wanted to live, he could only sever his own cultivation. However, many people were still doubtful. Was such a powerful battle prowess really someone who was about to die? They all had their doubts. However, Yi Fan's origin had been injured by the Great Tao. Everyone knew that even supreme divine kings couldn't save him with their lives. They didn't believe that Yi Fan could recover by himself. This was because all the divine lords had already said that the saint physique was at the end of the road. It was impossible for him to recover unless a shocking miracle happened. I originally didn't want to kill Brother Peng, but he forced me to take action. Senior, please save him. Yi Fan transmitted his voice into the void. He felt a supreme murderous intent. It was as if a god was looking down on him and could send down divine punishment at any time. However, Yi Fan wasn't afraid. He secretly transmitted his voice to the Black Emperor to lay down the Void Emperor's formation. At worst, he would just take the head and leave the eastern wasteland. However, he was somewhat unwilling. The 9 secrets were scattered all over the eastern wasteland, and one of them was at the Saint Cliff. He really didn't want to leave the eastern wasteland right now. In the void, a figure walked over step by step. The heaven and earth were pulsing with him. This was the rhythm of the great Tao. Everyone was astonished. This was an inconceivable existence. The blurry figure solidified and walked over like a god. The famous old Peng King had appeared. After cultivating the celestial demon slaughtering Saint Art, his divine charm made all the divine lords even more apprehensive. He was tall and sturdy and wore golden robes. His face was expressionless, and his golden hair moved without wind. His eyes were like 2 sharp swords as he became one with the heaven and earth. As soon as the peerless demonic king appeared, other great characters appeared one after another. Many divine lord-level characters had come to the Wind Clan's divine lord's birthday celebration. Everyone looked towards the scene and paid attention to the development of the situation. It was extremely quiet, and the sound of falling flowers could be heard in the endless mountains. The old Peng King made his move. With a point of his finger, the little Peng King's torn body immediately collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. Everyone was shocked. What was the meaning of this? Destroying his own grandson's physical body was equivalent to completely destroying all hope. Swoosh! The old Peng King waved his hand, and the head in Yi Fan's hand flew over and landed in his palm. Do you know why you lost? His expression was calm. I. The little Peng King roared in pain. His eyes were filled with bloody light. Forget it, I will personally send you on your way. I have spoiled you too much in the past and wasted your talent. The old Peng King's tone was calm. His eyes were incomparably deep as he raised his hand and pointed towards the little Peng King's head. Brother Peng, don't do this. The Wind Clan's divine lord was shocked and raised his hand to stop him. On the side, the others were even more shocked. Everyone knew that the old Peng King was incomparably tyrannical and was extremely protective of his own people. He spoiled this heaven-gifted grandson of his the most, and no one thought that he would personally kill him today. The little Peng King was stimulated by the killing intent and woke up. As if he was filled with wisdom, he quickly calmed down. His eyes were a little dim, and he didn't say a single word. Do you understand? The old Peng King's finger flickered with golden light. As long as it stabbed forward, the little Peng King's head would definitely split into pieces. I understand. The little Peng King spoke calmly, ignoring the danger of death. You finally didn't completely disappoint me. The old Peng King lifted up the little Peng King's head. His golden robe fluttered as he walked away in large steps. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This old Peng King was truly not simple. No wonder he could dominate the world. Brother Peng, please wait a moment. I have some healing medicine here. The Wind Clan's divine lord spoke. Since something like this happened on his birthday, there was no way he could ignore it. There's no need. The old Peng King didn't turn back. With each step, he disappeared. If you can't pass the 9 trials set by my clan's saint, you should never come into the world again. These were the last words he left behind. Does the old Peng King want his own grandson's life? The number of people who could pass the 9 trials set by the ancient saint in the past hundreds of thousands of years can be counted on 2 hands. The little Peng King is already crippled. What is the meaning of doing this? Could it be that he wants him to cultivate again? All the cultivators present, regardless of whether they were from the older generation or the younger generation, were indescribably shocked. The celestial demon slaughtering Saint Art is indeed terrifying. He only displayed the 4th form and it's already like this. I really wonder what kind of terrifying might the next 5 forms would have. Everyone's hearts trembled. The corpses of the ancient saints and their blood staining the ground seemed to appear before their eyes. No one could calm down. Everyone couldn't help but look at Yi Fan. He had actually broken through the first 4 forms of the celestial demon sacred art. Even though he was on the verge of death, he had still succeeded in the end. They really didn't know how he had done it. They tried hard to think back, but they discovered that the saint technique was unfathomable. Everyone's hearts trembled. They were secretly shocked by Yi Fan's methods. If he could survive, his future would be limitless. He would be able to look down on the younger generation. Even though he was about to die, his might had increased. Without the light-shaking realm or the godly monarch physique, who could compete with him? This was definitely the most realistic portrayal of him at this moment. The Wind Clan's divine lord nodded at him. He tossed over a bottle of healing medicine and turned around to leave. The other divine lords also disappeared. The cold mountain wind blew, swaying the trees and scattering the leaves. After the great battle, the endless mountain range was in a state of desolation. The younger generation, regardless of whether it was the saints or the saintesses, all felt a chill in their hearts. The battle prowess of the saintess physique made everyone incredibly wary. Pop! Suddenly, a cold light flashed. The killing intent was bone-piercing. A faint shadow suddenly appeared next to Yi Fan. An iron sword pierced through the air towards Yi Fan's chest. It was too fast and too sudden. Everyone's pupils constricted. Many of them asked themselves if they were in Yi Fan's place. They would not have been able to dodge and would have died without a doubt. Clang! Yi Fan's golden fist slammed into the sword's edge. However, a terrifying wound had still been inflicted on his chest, and golden blood flowed out. Clang! A cold light flashed across the ground. Another figure flew over, her white robes fluttering in the wind like a celestial being. It was too fast, and no one could react in time. A white-robed woman merged with her sword and charged forward. Her sword pointed straight at Yi Fan's head. There was no way to dodge. Everything had happened so suddenly and quickly that it seemed as if it had appeared out of thin air. Chapter 475. The peerless sword edge, dark green like water, swallowed and spat out sword light, aiming straight for Yi Fan's head. There was no way to avoid it. This was a fatal attack. No one would have thought that such a change would occur right after the battle between Yi Fan and the little Peng King ended. The person had incredible methods and appeared out of nowhere. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Who could escape from such an assassination? No one knew how she appeared, but the sword edge was already in front of his head. It was sharp and ruthless, focused on killing in one strike. If it hit, both body and soul would be destroyed. There was no way to survive. Woof! The large black dog roared like a ferocious dragon, causing the mountains to tremble and countless plants to crumble. However, no matter how terrifying his roar was, it was unable to resolve the imminent disaster. "Big brother!" Little Nan Nan cried out. She did not watch the battle just now because it was too bloody. Li Heishui waited until the battle ended before carrying her out. However, the little girl just happened to see this scene and immediately cried out. White clothes fluttered. The peerless sword light swallowed and spat out, cutting off a lock of Yi Fan's hair, almost reaching his skull. At this critical moment, Yi Fan's body bent down, turning into a dragon-shaped trace, becoming the dividing line of yin and yang of the Tai Chi divine diagram. This was the trace of the great Tao. However, this was not enough. Even though he broke through the limit of speed, he still could not avoid the sword piercing his skull. The sword edge had already touched his skin and bones. Swish! The old madman's footwork also evolved, becoming a part of the dragon-shaped trace, helping him to fly away. Golden blood dripped down and his hair was cut off. Yi Fan still could not avoid this sword. It had already pierced down, about to pierce through his skull. Time seemed to have frozen. Everyone held their breaths and opened their eyes wide, paying close attention. The holy doomsday physique was incomparably powerful. He defeated the arrogant little Peng King, but was he going to be assassinated here? Everyone found it hard to calm down. This kind of assassination was too terrifying. It was difficult for anyone to avoid it. The incomparable Tao of killing was truly a divine technique of killing. Time seemed to have stopped. Countless paths of Tao flashed through Yi Fan's mind. How could he break it? Was he really going to die? Perhaps activating the secret of all could increase his speed by many times and allow him to avoid the calamity. However, that would require time and he had no way of using it. At this moment, a series of images flashed through his mind. Suddenly, a holy art appeared in his mind. That was the legacy of the celestial court. It streaked across the sky like a comet, streaking across his heart and illuminating his mind. Illusion divine art. Materializing in the nothingness and killing without a trace was the secret technique of the celestial court. Yi Fan had only obtained the legacy of the celestial court for a short period of time. Although he had comprehended it before, he had never used it before. At this moment, with a flash of inspiration, he had no other choice but to activate it. Whoosh! Almost in an instant, his body became blurry and disappeared in the air, as if he had ceased to exist. The divine skill of the celestial court and his dragon-shaped Taoist body evolved at the same time. Like a moving light, he passed through the nothingness and reached the extreme speed. His body was very blurry as he wandered between the void and the real. The peerless sword pierced through the blurry shadow. Drops of golden blood splashed out, but it could not penetrate through. At this moment, Yi Fan's state was very strange. He was between the tangible and the void. This was the evolution of the divine skill of the celestial court, and it had become one with the dragon-shaped Taoist body. At this crucial moment, he fused several kinds of divine skills with his Taoist body and used an unimaginable method to turn the situation around and escape death. The peerless sword pierced his head, but it did not feel like it had hit him. It was like it had pierced into a shadow, and it did not penetrate through. Whoosh! Yifan broke through and materialized from the state of nothingness not far away. He had escaped death, but his head was still injured. There was a wound on the top of his head that almost penetrated through his skull. Golden blood flowed down from his head and stuck his hair into strands. He was just a hair's breadth away from death. At this realm, the head was the biggest weakness. Once it was chopped, both body and soul would be destroyed. Everyone gasped. They did not expect Yifan to be so amazing. He had avoided the fatal attack and broken the deadlock. Clang! Yifan did not say anything. He directly attacked with the black gold divine spirit sword with dragon patterns. He had never suffered such a great loss since his cultivation. He almost had his head chopped off. At this moment, he did not need to think too much to know who they were. They were from the world of mortals. The gray-robed man and the white-robed woman were shrouded in mist. They were not very old, and they were like ghosts from hell. No divine power could be felt from them. The world of mortals was in charge of killing and used it to comprehend the great Tao. Their main purpose was to train themselves, and they would not be much stronger than their targets. Kill! Yifan brandished the holy sword and charged over. At this moment, his killing intent was even stronger than the people of the world of mortals. The other party had truly attacked him. If it were not for his quick reaction just now, he would have died a long time ago. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions as the sword radiance rushed into the heavens. The gray-robed man flew backwards. At the same time, the white-robed woman also disappeared like a wisp of smoke. They had retreated far away after their ambush failed. They did not stop and decisively retreated. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yifan was like a god of death. His hair was dripping with golden blood, and his eyes were like cold lightning. He chased after them with the 10-meter-long holy sword in hand. At this moment, everyone was shocked because they could no longer see the gray-robed man and the white-robed woman. Their figures had disappeared. However, it was as if Yifan had a mind of his own. Wherever his long sword pointed, its edge would be revealed. It was obvious that he had locked onto the two experts of the world of mortals. Where are they? How can he see them? Why can't we discover them? Many people cried out in alarm as their bodies went cold. If they were assassinated by this kind of person, how could they avoid it? At this moment, only the Yao Guang Saint Child, G-Clan's Divine King Physique, Jade Lake Saintess, and a few others could still be seen. They stared unblinkingly. Yifan's spiritual senses could sense the two experts' trajectories. Moreover, he had opened his divine eyes, so he could see everything. He locked onto the gray-robed man and the white-robed woman. Chong! Yifan brandished the 10-meter-long holy sword, pressed down like a black mountain. The power was ferocious, and the void collapsed. This was an incomparable heavy sword. Clang! The gray-robed man was forced to resist. He brandished the blood sword in his hand and hacked at the 10-meter-long holy sword. The sound seemed to pierce through metal and split stone. The sword cries shook the skies. He flew backwards on the spot, unable to resist the tyrannical power of the divine physique. That mountain-like pressure made his arm go numb. Swoosh! The gray-robed man hid in the void. His body almost disappeared, and his speed became even faster. He didn't even look back as he fled. As a seed of the human world, he understood when to give up. The ambush had failed, so he had to retreat. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to resist the doomsday divine physique's overflowing flames. Avoiding its edge was the best plan. However, Yifan was almost assassinated. How could he let them go? He shouted, "You still want to leave?" He used the old madman's footwork and caught up in an instant. His divine eyes could see through the void, so there was no way to hide from him. Boom! The black holy sword in his hand became hundreds of meters long. It swung down like a black mountain, causing the sky dome to explode and crack. The gray-robed man's pupils constricted. He had no choice but to resist. He really didn't want to face the divine physique's unparalleled brute force because it was even more terrifying than a dragon pung. Clang! The blood sword in his hand that was interweaved with incomplete laws immediately cracked. Meanwhile, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he was sent flying. Human world, Who sent you to kill me? Yifan roared. He brandished the black holy sword and slashed down once again. In the sky above the endless mountains, everyone revealed shocked expressions. The ancient divine dynasty of assassins, the human world, had appeared again. Even though many people knew that they had always existed but kept a low profile, it was still shocking to hear that the human world wanted to kill the divine physique. In today's world, only those ancient inheritances had a way to contact the human world. This was truly thought-provoking. After learning that it was a terrifying figure of the human world, everyone understood that the gray-robed man and the white-robed woman were the seeds of the divine dynasty of assassins. The competition in the human world was very cruel. There weren't many seeds in the younger generation. Only those with great methods could obtain this kind of status. But now, the seeds of the divine dynasty of assassins were being chased by the divine physique. This was truly shocking. Who was the killer? Boom! Yifan's black holy sword swung down again, splitting a mountain in half. The 300-zhong-long sword streaked across the sky. Clang! The ancient pagoda summoned by the gray-robed man was smashed to pieces on the spot. He spat out blood again and fled for his life. You want to assassinate me? Today, I will make sure you have no path to heaven and no door to hell. So what if it's the human world? Golden blood flowed down from between Yifan's hair and dripped onto his face, making him look like a vengeful god who had unlocked his shackles. He was incomparably powerful. His snow-white teeth flickered with a cold light as he flew through the air. The black holy sword cut through everything in its path. Boom! Yifan's divine might was matchless. Golden flames raged around his body. His black hair danced chaotically and his eyes were deep. He raised the holy sword and continuously swung it down. This world was completely destroyed by him and continuously collapsed. He swung his sword 49 times in a row and broke a total of 49 mountains. Every time the black sword fell, it was like a black demonic mountain pressing down, smashing the gray-robed man until he spat out blood again and again. All of his magical treasures and weapons were smashed into pieces. Then, his arms broke apart and turned into a bloody mist. Later on, his body began to crack apart. When the 49th sword descended, he was directly crushed into a bloody paste by the 100-zhong-long black sword in Yifan's hands, completely losing his life. The holy body is too fierce, killing the people from the ancient assassin's divine court. This is so domineering. Everyone was stupefied. The ancient assassin's divine court almost never failed, and being killed was even more rare. However, this kind of scene happened before their eyes. Everyone was greatly alarmed. This doomsday holy body was too domineering, powerful beyond compare, killing everyone in the human world. Just as everyone was in a daze, an astonishing scene appeared. 7 streaks of divine rainbows appeared out of thin air, all of them pointing at the center, Yifan. Cold light illuminated the great earth. Exceptional killing intent erupted. The 7 great experts released heaven-shocking killing intent, making tens of thousands of trees in the mountains collapse. Countless broken leaves fluttered about, and tens of thousands of beasts lay on the ground, trembling. It was bone-piercingly cold, as if winter had arrived. Northern winds whistled about. At this moment, plants withered, all living things wiped out, and the mountains withered. Heaven flying immortal. It was another exceptional assassination, but what was different was that this time, there were 7 of them, and it wasn't the white-clothed woman alone. The ancient assassin's divine court is terrifying after all, setting up this type of assassination. Any seed that was killed would instantly reveal their fierce fangs, killing with one strike. In the human world, they mainly sharpened their own disciples. That seed was clearly not favored, decisively abandoned. 7 experts in the human world displayed heaven-flying immortal at the same time, appearing out of thin air to attack Yifan. The situation was dire to the extreme. When the white-clothed woman was alone, she injured him with this divine killing technique, almost piercing through his head. Golden blood was still dripping from it. One could imagine just what kind of dangerous situation Yifan was facing right now. This was a situation where he would definitely die. Everyone believed that Yi Fan wouldn't be able to survive. It was so sudden, so how could he defend against it? This was a killing situation 7 times greater than the one before. Yi Fan didn't panic, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't feel any fear because when he opened his divine eyes, he had already seen the 7 people, and he had made sufficient preparations. His body transformed, almost turning into a real dragon. He evolved the Tai Chi divine diagrams traces, forming a dragon-shaped curve. Pooh! Yi Fan's divine eyes had long opened, and he had foreseen the killing situation. At this moment, he attacked mercilessly. His bent body became a trace of the great path. He immediately pierced through one of the fairies. Blood splashed everywhere, and fresh blood gushed out. There was nothing more terrifying than his current body. He accurately calculated everyone's trajectory, and he became a tangible trace of the great path. Wang! The 6 swords shook at the same time, and divine radiance rushed into the heavens. The aura of the 6 fairies became many times stronger, and they pointed towards the center. The human world had a long inheritance. Tens of thousands of years ago, even the Holy Lands were incomparably fearful of them, and they didn't dare to provoke them. Their exceptional prestige was evident. Such an ancient divine dynasty of killers naturally had a heaven-defying method. The 6 fairies worked together, drawing upon the great path's energy. The 6 swords were like rainbows, forming 6 Tao diagrams. They emitted an incomparably boundless murderous aura as they pressed forward. However, Yi Fan was too fast. The battle saint technique was sublimated, and it became one with the dragon-shaped traces. This kind of curve evolved into a supreme Tao fruit. Pooh! He rushed past, avoiding the Tao diagrams that were suppressing him. His body became the most terrifying weapon, and the dragon-shaped curve cut the second person apart. Blood flickered, and mist filled the air. This expert died, and his body and soul were both destroyed. Whoosh! The swords in the remaining 5 people's hands shook at the same time, and the Tao diagrams evolved into the 5 elements, forming a mysterious and unfathomable killing diagram that covered the sky. Yi Fan was fearless, because he was very confident. He had grasped the inheritance of the celestial court, and he could break through this dangerous situation. The dragon-shaped traces formed by the battle saint technique could even break through the celestial demon-slaughtering saint art, allowing him to stand proudly. Now that he understood the killing situation, he was even less afraid. Pooh! Yi Fan cut the 3rd assassin apart. The dragon-shaped curve was indestructible, and the traces of the evolution path were unstoppable. He rushed past, and that person turned into a bloody mist. The spectators were all shocked. These were people from the ancient divine dynasty of killers, and Yi Fan could actually kill them just like that. Yi Fan's heart was calm, and he didn't feel any fear. Even if they were experts of the human world, so what? Since they came to kill him, they would still die. He pondered in his heart that he had to grasp the inheritance of the celestial court completely. Only then would he be able to contend against the disciples sent out by this ancient inheritance of the human world to gain experience. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the celestial court wielded the supreme scepter of killers, and it ruled over the world. With a single thought, blood flowed through the earth, and it was like the supreme ancient heaven, dictating the fate of others. This inheritance was the leader of the 3 ancient divine dynasties of killers, and perhaps it would be a great support for Yi Fan in the future. He had a thought, and he wanted to rebuild the celestial court. Chapter 476. In the distant ancient heaven, he ruled over the world with a supreme scepter. He effected the rise and fall of the mortal world and slew ancient saints. How many people dared to oppose him? Yi Fan only had this thought for a moment. Rebuilding the celestial court was extremely difficult. Not to mention other things, just the inheritance alone would require him to obtain the attainment formula of the 9 secrets. However, this did not affect his determination. The most important thing now was to obtain the flawless inheritance. If someone invited a mortal expert to come into being, he could evolve into the killer master of the celestial court and deal with them. Now was not the time to think. There were still 4 experts in the mortal world before him that needed to be dealt with. Zhang! 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 The cries of swords shook the sky. The blood, jade, purple, and azure swords were like 4 rainbows that pierced through the heaven and earth and shot towards Yifan's head. The vermilion bird soared through the sky. The true dragon roared. The white tiger roared. And the black tortoise floated up and down. The 4 immortal spirits took form and rushed towards Yifan together. The dragon and tiger struggled for hegemony, while the turtle and sparrow danced together, covering the sky. Boom! The true dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise each held a scroll in their mouths. At this moment, they opened their mouths and spread out towards Yifan. This was the ultimate killing technique of the 4 symbols. It sealed the heaven and earth, making it difficult for people to move even half a step. It was the same as shackling the enemy. Yifan seemed to have sunk into a muddy swamp. The more he struggled, the tighter the shackles became. His entire body was being squeezed by an invisible force as if he was being bound by chains. The eyes of the 4 killers revealed a cold glint. The 4 swords vibrated at the same time. The dragon, tiger, tortoise, and sparrow became more and more real as the pressure of immortal spirits came down. The scrolls they spat out made crackling sounds like the beating of a heavenly drum. The vibration caused one's blood to surge and their bones to tremble as if they were about to break. Clang! Yifan's curved body shook violently. Golden blood surged and his entire body trembled. His physical body shook with an ocean-like brute force. Boom! He shattered the shackles and soared into the sky. Then his body shifted horizontally. His dragon-shaped body possessed unimaginable power as he actually broke through the shackles. The Tao diagrams laid down by the 4 great immortal spirits sealed the void, but they simply couldn't stop this curving dragon. Yifan was like a dragon emerging from the abyss. The power of imprisonment was like a paper window that was instantly pierced through. Bang! The void trembled, the heavens trembling, everything no longer stable. The Taiji Dao Mark Yifan turned into was like a divine object refined by a saint, rushing over. Pop, pop! For shattering sounds rang through the air. The dragon, tiger, tortoise, and sparrow were all pierced through by him. They couldn't stop him even half a step. The 4 immortal spiritual incarnations cried out in grief before disappearing into thin air. Rip! The 4 scrolls in their mouths were also torn apart by Yifan's bare hands like rags, turning into nothingness in the blink of an eye, no longer existing. Tao power surged, rushing in all directions. Let's go. When the 4 great human experts saw that the void cage they laid down couldn't stop Yifan, their expressions all changed. They decisively turned around and fled into the distance. You all came to kill me, yet you still want to leave. Yifan's skull was almost pierced through and he almost lost his life. Right now, blood was still dripping from between his black hair. Golden blood flowed down his face. His eyes were cold and his expression unswerving. He quickly took action, forceful and domineering without holding anything back. Pooh! Yifan rushed past. The 4th person was cut apart by his curved body. It was as if a divine weapon had cut through him. The cut was smooth, and only after a while did blood spurt out. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken. Yifan continuously killed the human world's seed experts. He was tyrannical and terrifying, making everyone feel uneasy. As expected, the Doomsday Holy Body couldn't be bullied. The remaining 3 split up and fled, but they weren't as fast as Yifan. He almost instantly caught up to another person. His right hand turned into a true yang that was like flawless white jade as it pressed forward. Zhang! That person hurriedly retaliated. The green longsword in his hand was broken on the spot. Blood flowed from the area between his thumb and index finger. He was hit by the huge force until his entire body was bleeding. Dong! Yifan swung his fist and pressed down. It was as if a great mountain was falling down, making it impossible for the assassin to dodge. He had no choice but to take it head-on. Pooh! This was a type of destructive power. Yifan, who had turned into a dragon-shaped Dao mark, had a terrifying Tao power that could break through all obstructions. He immediately smashed that person's arm into pieces and turned his body into a bloody paste. He rushed past and chased after the other two. The white-clothed woman was already blocked by the Black Emperor's formation, while the other person was entangled by Li Heishui. Wang! The void trembled. Yifan's curved body moved at a terrifying speed. It was like a dragon soaring through the sky. He immediately rushed over and avoided Li Heishui, fighting barehanded. This person was clearly very powerful. He activated his overflowing magical power and continuously resisted. He temporarily blocked Yifan, but with the holy body at such a close distance, he completely lost the initiative. Qi! Yifan broke through the restraints of the void and turned into a streak of golden light. His hands trembled and the true yin and true yang merged. With a loud hong sound, the sky collapsed and a mountain peak below collapsed. This powerful inheritor spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body cracked and he flew backwards. His eyes revealed a horrified expression. The world of man's concealment divine technique was displayed and he wanted to disappear into nothingness. Yifan sneered. After cultivating the divine eye, nothing could be hidden. He didn't delay in the slightest and his dragon-shaped body shot out like an arrow. Hong! His left hand was pitch black like ink and represented the true yin within the Taiji divine diagram. At this moment, it slammed downwards and turned into a black hole. The horizon trembled and endless terrifying storms surged. That black hole devoured everything. The boulders and ancient trees on the mountain peak below were all uprooted and absorbed within. Pooh! This expert's body split into pieces and blood splashed everywhere. His limbs and torso were all separated and then turned into flying ashes, entering the black hole. There was no one who wasn't horrified. World of man's flying immortal, man and sword as one, 7 great experts rushed over. Yet in the end, 6 of them were killed by him. Shua! Yifan soared through the air and drew out a profound yet heart-shaking trajectory. He arrived in front of the white-clothed woman. The Black Emperor's temporary formation patterns couldn't stop her, and she had already broken free. This woman wasn't all that beautiful and could even be considered ordinary. It was difficult for others to notice her when standing in the sea of people, but it was precisely her that almost pierced through Yifan's head. Chong! Yifan rushed over and used his finger to strike the dark green divine sword. Sparks flew in all directions and the shockwaves caused the peak of a mountain below to crack apart. He began to fight a great battle with her. So, the white-robed woman's movement technique was very strange. She was like a loach swimming in the void, making it difficult for people to attack with their full strength. She constantly hid in the void, and every time, she would launch a fierce attack from the dark. Yifan's brute force was unparalleled. After transforming into the Taiji Dao mark, he was unstoppable and his speed had also reached the extreme. Even though this white-clothed woman was very agile and strange, she still couldn't avoid his sharpness. Yifan's fists split the sky. Every single strike was a heavy blow, and with his terrifying speed, he could be said to be a slaughtering deity that was difficult to defend against. Boom! Every time he brandished his fist, there would be a golden blood energy that rushed into the heavens. He was like an undefeatable Holy Spirit. His eyes were deep and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Every single strike of Yifan's was terrifying beyond compare. It was as if he was brandishing his fist and moving the entire heaven and earth, almost suppressing the white-clothed woman. If not for her strange movement technique, she would have long been beaten into a meat patty. It was because even the insufferably arrogant golden-winged little Peng King couldn't withstand this kind of tyrannical divine power. Boom! Yifan's golden blood energy rushed into the sky, as if there were tens of thousands of true dragons soaring into the sky from his body. The scene was incomparably terrifying. Every time he brandished his hand, the void would collapse. Dong! The white-clothed woman's entire body was overflowing with blood. The powerful pressure had cracked the surface of her body, and she couldn't hold on any longer. The green sword in her hand shattered into pieces with a pung sound. Boom! Yifan was like an eternal divine furnace that was blooming with light. The dragon-shaped Dao body passed by. His fist power overflowed the heavens. An endless golden brilliance submerged the sky. This powerful white-clothed woman was beaten into meat paste by him. She was thoroughly killed and died under the sky. In the end, only a bloody mist was left floating in the air. The experts dispatched by the human world were all executed. Including the gray-clothed man from before, Yi Fan had killed a total of 8 great assassins. This series of conflicts and battles could be said to be a thunderous storm. He and the golden-winged little Peng King fought for close to 5,000 rounds. He was originally seriously injured, but he relied on his own strength to break through the human world's killing trap and kill everyone. At this time, he could only be described as powerful and tyrannical. It made every spectator's heart go cold. This was the power of a divine physique. Does he really not have much time left? He only has half a month of lifespan left, yet he still has such terrifying battle strength. Fortunately, his life has come to an end. Otherwise, he would be the greatest enemy of all the saints. The Wind Phoenix couldn't calm down. Her beautiful face under the 5-colored mask was rippling. Her beautiful eyes flickered and kept changing. Yao Shi, the Purple Mansion Saint, Zhao Fa, and the others also couldn't calm down. They were all thinking, and everyone had different thoughts. All the saints and saintesses felt great pressure. Now, no one dared to say that they could suppress Yi Fan, but there weren't many who could fight against him. At this time, a top figure of the younger generation, the Ji family's divine monarch physique, stared ahead with his deep eyes. Everyone in the world said that the golden-winged little Peng King could fight against the divine physique, but no one knew how powerful Ji Haoyue was. Now, his expression was calm, and scenes of the battle kept appearing in his eyes. It was very mysterious. Many people noticed it, and they were all frightened. This is the divine art of divination that the divine monarch physique is born with. He is playing out the battle just now. Ji Haoyue was playing out the battle just now. Seeing how calm he was, everyone gasped. They knew that he could definitely fight against the divine monarch physique. The Ji family's divine monarch physique hadn't fought many times. When people measured the golden-winged little Peng King's battle strength, they always used him as a comparison. They had almost forgotten the fact that he was the king of the eastern wilderness. The Ji family was the descendant of the ancient the Arch. The void ancient scripture recorded the peerless divine art and the flawless secret of the Arch. However, few people knew what kind of peerless divine art was recorded in the last few pages of the void ancient scripture, but it was said to be unparalleled. How terrifying would the divine monarch physique be if he showed it? Everyone couldn't help but shiver at the thought of this. Here, another person with a special performance was the Yao Guang saint. His hair moved with the wind, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss. The light in his eyes kept flickering, as if one world after another was being destroyed and created. It was frightening to look at. However, he quickly smiled and returned to normal. Who invited the experts of the mortal world to kill me? Yi Fan asked himself as his eyes swept over everyone. Most of the heroes at the scene were young. After being swept by his sharp eyes, they were all shaken. They didn't dare to look at him directly and wanted to retreat. Chapter 477. Woof! The big black dog suddenly roared. The mountains shook. He landed in the mountain range and picked up a golden arm. That was the arm of the little Peng King. It was the only part that the old Peng King had neglected. It was still there, flickering with golden light. What do you want it for? Li Haishui asked. This is the heavenly Peng divine wing. It will transform into its original form in a while. The big black dog drooled. He is the descendant of the Peng race's saint. This kind of divine wing can only be found and not sought. It is priceless. Li Haishui looked at the bloody arm and was a bit dumbfounded. He was about to faint from its words. Motherf asterisk cur, you dare to eat anything. In the surroundings, the others were also a bit dizzy. They didn't know what to say. This damn dog's taste was too strong. It really lacked morals. Doggy, don't eat anything. Little Nan Nan was very afraid. She covered her big eyes with her little hands and didn't dare to look at it. Don't worry, I will only use it to refine medicine. It was unknown whether it was speaking the truth or not. With a flash, it put it away. Is the world of mortals really going to make a comeback? A powerful wave came from the distance. The Wind Race's Saint Master and the other top figures flew over quickly. They all had serious expressions. They had received the news and rushed back immediately to check the results. After picking up the fragments of the broken sword, everyone carefully observed. The celestial court had been destroyed in the ancient era, but the world of mortals and hell had been preserved. The Saint Masters naturally knew about them. These two ancient assassin dynasties had always been very peaceful. Although they would occasionally take action, they were incomparably low profile. Now they had come out to kill the Saint Physique. It really made people feel uneasy. Yifan was also pondering. He swept his eyes over everyone. It was difficult to determine who had invited the world of mortals. He only knew that only an ancient inheritance could contact the ancient assassin dynasty. Who could it be? This was a very dangerous enemy who wanted to kill him. However, he didn't know where the enemy was at all. In this battle, Yifan had suffered rather heavy injuries. The most dangerous was the sword on his head. If it had spat out an inch more sword light, he would have been in danger. The golden-winged little Peng had also left quite a few wounds on his body. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the air, unmoving. Golden blood chi was boiling, submerging him within. He was operating the holy technique recorded in the Nirvana Sutra. This was the secret healing technique that Anmiaui had given him. Although it was not a flawless ancient scripture of Buddhism, it was still one of the most quintessential divine texts. Golden blood chi soared into the sky, and every inch of Yifan's flesh and blood was trembling. The saint blood gushed forth like a raging sea, producing thunderous sounds. Outside his body, golden lightning danced, and dense golden light lingered, setting off his body brilliantly, as if he was forging an immortal divine body. It didn't take long before all the wounds on his body were healed, and most of his internal and external injuries were healed. However, he had to expend a certain amount of golden blood energy. However, the most powerful part of a holy body was his physical body. Endless essence chi could quickly make up for it, so he could always maintain his peak state. Now that there were powerful enemies watching him from the shadows, he had to make sure that he was in peak condition without any injuries. Otherwise, others might take advantage of him. Swoosh! Yifan opened his eyes, shooting out two beams of divine radiance. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they became even more apprehensive towards the holy body. Yifan saw the apprehension the saint children and saintesses had towards him. He stood up and then he forced himself. Two streaks of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He's so fierce, and he's even vomiting blood. Many people were speechless. They all said that he was about to die, but they saw him fight with such vigor and vigor. They couldn't help but be suspicious. He started vomiting blood in the northern region all the way to the southern region, and then to the central region. Why is it that the more blood he vomits, the more powerful he becomes? Many people were furious. The Wind Clan's holy lord walked over and nodded towards him, saying, "Not bad. You killed the 8 great seeds alone. I was just lucky." In front of such a peerless expert, Yifan didn't dare to lower his guard and hid his current state. But you have to be careful. The ancient killer celestial court has many experts, and they have comprehended the great Tao of killing. They are unparalleled in the field of killing. The Wind Clan's holy lord reminded him. The ancient killer celestial court was unfathomable. Although countless years had passed, even the sacred grounds had to be wary of them. In the ancient palace of the mortal world, there was a huge bone tower built with the skulls of various kings. There were experts who could kill the kings in every generation. Not to mention this ancient inheritance's terrifying foundation. Just from the smallest point of view, their younger generation was definitely extremely terrifying. If they were like their ancestors, they could kill all the kings. Even if one had a divine physique, it would still be a great disaster for them. They comprehended the great Tao of killing and killed all the outstanding people in the world to prove their Tao fruit. They were a group of terrifying people who existed for the sake of killing. Since young, they were different from ordinary people, and they were the most difficult to provoke. Yifan wanted to leave and go to the Holy Cliff to find the 9 secrets. But the words of the Wind Clan's holy lord gave him a headache, so he braced himself and stayed. Miracle Dr. Wang is here. He's on the 800 divine islands of the Feng clan. Stay here and let him diagnose you. This miracle doctor's ancestor was greatly indebted to the unparalleled divine king. He had once invited this miracle doctor to treat Yifan in the north region. That was why he had to sever his own cultivation. Yifan couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. The Wind Clan's holy lord was very hospitable and stopped him from leaving. He insisted on seeing Miracle Dr. Wang and finding a way to prolong his life. At this time, the sky was filled with stars. Yifan and little Peng fought from noon to night, which took a lot of time. Starlight sprinkled down, and the mountains became hazy. All kinds of birds and beasts finally dared to return to the forest. They had been frightened by the battle and fled in all directions. Yifan returned to the 800 divine islands of the Feng clan. Along the way, he kept evolving the scars of the great Tao and covered the source of his life. In the end, he was satisfied. On this night, the atmosphere in the Feng clan's territory was warm and festive. Many cultivators toasted each other. The divine islands floating in the sky were shrouded in mist. It was as if they were in the heavenly realm, so close to the stars. Yifan was still sitting with the younger generation. The main hall at the very top was filled with powerful lords. No one from the younger generation had the right to enter. Little Nan sat obediently at the side. She wasn't even 3 years old and couldn't reach the delicacies on the white jade table. Yifan continuously picked food for her. The little girl was very happy. Her large eyes were even brighter than the stars in the sky. Her thoughts were pure, and she ate with great relish. In the surroundings, the others felt a lot of pressure. They sat together with Yifan, and they all felt a wave of exuberant blood energy fluctuations. When they thought about the various things that happened in the great battle, many people felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. The Feng clan's younger generation didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. They were all well-behaved, and even when they came to toast, they did so in a very dutiful manner. The Wind Phoenix was graceful and elegant. She wore a multicolored mask as she passed through the tables. However, she didn't stay here for long and tried to avoid it as much as possible. Today's battle had deeply shaken her. The Great Xia Imperial Prince, the Sky Demon Palace young master Yao Yuekong, and the white-robed nun congratulated Yifan for his victory. They didn't have any misgivings and acted as if no one else was present. Then, the Yao Guang Saint Child also came over and raised his cup to congratulate him. His body flowed with divine splendor and possessed an extraordinary temperament. Even if he stood in a sea of people, he would still be recognized at a glance. Yifan thought of something. In the past, the little Peng King had said that he wanted to compete with the Yao Guang Saint Child. However, ever since he was sealed in the Li Fire Divine Furnace, he no longer clamored after coming out. What exactly happened during this period of time could perhaps be guessed. Yifan couldn't help but shiver. The Yao Guang Saint Child was definitely unfathomable. At the same time, he remembered that the Yao Guang Saint Child wanted to exchange an ancient scripture for his phoenix blood scarlet gold in the forbidden area of absolute beginning. The Yao Guang Saint Child had stated clearly that it wasn't an ancient scripture from the Yao Guang sacred ground. It was an incomplete scroll that he had obtained during his travels. Yifan thought about it seriously. This person definitely had a great opportunity. He cultivated more than one ancient scripture. He might really have some heaven-defying means. The reason why Yifan was pondering about the Yao Guang Saint Child was that this person was hard to see through. There were always suspicious points that made people uneasy. However, the Yao Guang Saint Child had never caused any trouble. When the banquet was about to end, a person with white hair and beard, who looked like an old immortal, came to the area where the young elites were gathered. Yifan felt a headache coming on. He quickly stood up and bowed. The famous miracle Dr. Wang of the central region had come. This person's medical skills were divine. Moreover, he was a mighty person with a great reputation. My ancestor is indebted to the deity king. I am ashamed that I couldn't cure your Tao injury. You don't have to bow to me. The old immortal-like person held Yifan's arm. In practically an instant, his expression faltered, but he quickly concealed it. He calmly diagnosed Yifan's condition. Yifan knew he was in trouble. This miracle Dr. Wang was indeed powerful. The great Tao injury that he had created could not be hidden from the other party. He must have seen through it. Senior, please keep it a secret. Yifan transmitted his voice secretly. This was a sacred lord-level figure. He was one of the top fighters in the world. He felt uneasy. You really exceeded my expectations. You didn't waste the deity king's efforts. Miracle Dr. Wang nodded and also transmitted his voice secretly. You don't have to worry. My ancestor is indebted to the deity king. I will protect you and eliminate the doubts of other sacred lord-level figures. Yifan relaxed. He felt he had made the right bet. The other party still remembered the deity king's kindness. At the same time, he was shocked. The sacred leader of the Feng clan had stopped him. The other sacred lord-level figures had doubts. These were all subtle things that could develop into terrible consequences. Leave with me. I will announce to the public that I will treat you. All right. Thank you, Senior. Then Miracle Dr. Wang announced that Yifan could only live for 14 days at most. This news caused an uproar. He's really going to die. Even the Miracle Doctor is so sure. Seems like there's nothing we can do. Who would have thought that a sacred physique would still be so vigorous even at death's door? It's indeed a physique that can compete with great emperors. On the Wind Clan's 800 divine islands, many cultivators were discussing fervently. Yifan's strength was too outstanding, causing many people to feel uneasy. When this news came out, many people felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their hearts. If you want to live, you have to sever your cultivation and turn into a mortal. This was the second news that Miracle Dr. Wang announced. At this time, even the sacred leaders in the hall were alarmed. However, no one said anything. They were all watching quietly. Many of the younger generation laughed unabashedly. Such an unparalleled enemy was finally going to die. He was no longer a threat. The younger generation of the Feng clan had been quiet at first. Now they were all lively again. They were not afraid of Yifan and came over to pour wine boldly. The Purple Mansion Saint did not say anything. Light flashed in his eyes and he drank to his heart's content. Yao Shi heaved a sigh of relief. Her weakness was in Yifan's hands. She had been uneasy all along. Now she could finally relax. The Wind Phoenix's eyes flickered. She gracefully walked over and poured a cup of wine for Yifan. Living is better than dying. You can be considered to have reached the end of your glory. An ordinary mortal life is also a form of returning to the true self. I wish you all the best. The great Xia dynasty's prince, Yao Yuekong, the little nun in white, and the others also came over. They sincerely comforted Yifan and said that he could go with them. Zhao Fei's lips curled into a mocking smile. He only stopped when he was near. Brother Yi, life has its ups and downs. Don't be calculative. After saying that, he patted Yifan's shoulder. If it was before, he would not have dared to be so casual. Yifan did not care. Only he and Miracle Dr. Wang would know if there were any scars of the Great Tao. Seeing this scene, he suddenly laughed and said, Brother Zhao, maybe one day I will go to you and sell the divine sword. Zhao Fei laughed and said, I have always been looking forward to it. Yao Guang's saint's son also walked over and offered a cup of wine. Take care. After daybreak, Yifan left with Miracle Dr. Wang just like that. There were too many topics of discussion. Everyone was guessing his fate. Many people were waiting and paying attention. This bunch of stupid birds. The large black dog carried little Nan Nan on its back and snickered coldly and said, When the time comes, we'll see their jaws drop to the ground in shock. Li Heishui also laughed and said, Let's see their expressions. The place where Miracle Dr. Wang lived in seclusion was in a divine vein in the central region. It was close to a boundless wilderness. It was a very primitive region. He entered the Tao with his medical skills. Usually, he would taste hundreds of herbs and refine divine pills just to make it more convenient to enter and exit the wilderness. Miracle Dr. Wang was speechless when he heard the nonsense of the Black Emperor along the way. He stared at it and did not know what to say. Yifan told Miracle Dr. Wang about little Nan Nan's problem and asked if there was any way to cure her illness of always forgetting the past. This child is a little special. I can't tell. Miracle Dr. Wong was rather surprised. He stared at little Nan Nan and then at the colorful stone. He seemed to be immersed in a distant memory. After passing through countless peaks and many mountain ranges, they finally reached the outside of the wilderness and came to the front of Miracle Dr. Wong's thatched cottage. There were cliffs, waterfalls, flowing springs, towering pine trees, and dancing cranes. It was indeed a pure land for cultivation. That's not right. This place is very particular. I think the front should be even more magnificent, comparable to a piece of divine land. The big black dog revealed a surprised expression. You have a good eye, dog. Miracle Dr. Wong nodded. Then, he pointed ahead and said, That endless mountain range indeed has a great history. Yifan and the others flew up into the sky and looked ahead. They were shocked. Every mountain range was like a huge dragon, majestic and majestic. This is a land of soaring dragons. It's full of dragon veins. It's indescribably precious. Can be said that this is a land that connects to the heavens. If a holy land can be born from it, it should be controlled by the most ancient inheritance. The big black dog said in surprise. This was originally an extremely prosperous sacred ground. However, a huge change happened 6,000 years ago, and it no longer exists. Miracle Dr. Wong sighed. That's right. That's right. What could this be? Yifan was shocked and thought of where this place was. This is the ruins of the heavenly jade holy land that was extremely prosperous 6,000 years ago. Miracle Dr. Wong revealed the answer. It was originally an extremely powerful holy land, but it had completely declined. It was incomparably desolate. Old vines wrapped around the mountain ridges, and the cries of apes and tigers could be heard. It had become the habitat of all kinds of strange beasts. There were ancient trees that reached the sky, and the trees were dense. They had completely covered everything in the past, and it had become a primitive dragon vein. Suddenly, a loud cry sounded, shaking the mountains. The leaves on the trees withered, and the birds and beasts crouched on the ground in fear. This cry, why is it so scary? The few of them were shocked. It came from the deepest part of the heavenly jade ruins. Could it be that, after 6,000 years, someone is still alive in the underground palace? Chapter 478. The second cry was heard. All the mountains were shaking, and all the grass and trees had fallen leaves. It was extremely terrifying. It was as if a terrible mountain torrent was striking the sky. The cry was short and soon stopped, but the beasts were still shaking. Not long after, the third cry was heard. All the mountains in the boundless mountains started shaking. It was as if there were thousands of dragons leaping into the air. All the mountains are going to turn over. How can a person's cry be so terrifying? Rumble. The mountains shook and the rocks fell. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. At this moment, a very strange scene happened in the boundless mountains. The grass and trees withered and then flourished. It was as if several years of spring and autumn had passed. In the sky and the earth, endless dragon chi connected the sky and the earth. The scene was extremely terrifying. What kind of person is crying? This is far too frightening. The large black dog shuddered. After a while, all was silent. The Merak ruins regained its peace. Everything was revived, and there was no more wilting or crazy growth. In front of them was the wild ancient land. The mountains were like dragons. The ancient trees towered into the sky, and the old vines covered the mountains. It was vast, ancient, mysterious, primitive. There was an indescribable aura. The mountains were majestic, and every one of them was magnificent. Many waterfalls fell from the mountains. They were thousands of meters long, like a vast expanse of whiteness. It was extremely magnificent. A long time after the cry stopped, spirit beasts finally appeared. Longevity apes climbed the holy mountains, celestial cranes danced among the clouds, and seven-colored divine deer leaped with Ganoderma in its mouth. There were also many rare and strange beasts that couldn't be named. Should we go and have a look? Li Heishui asked. Don't go. We can't estimate the cultivation level of the person crying. If we anger him, it could be a great disaster. Miracle Dr. Wang stopped him. Could it be an old madman? Yi Fan was shocked and doubtful. However, the cry didn't sound like it. It didn't sound like the cry of a white-haired old man. They couldn't calm down. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing. There was actually someone crying in the Holy Land that had been destroyed for 6,000 years. That person's mood is very unstable. We'd better not provoke him. We'll go and see what's going on in a few days. Even the large black dog was frightened and retreated. Miracle Dr. Wang's place of seclusion was simple and plain. It was near a cliff with a few thatched cottages, a small bamboo forest, and a waterfall. In the nearby area, Miracle Dr. Wang had opened up a few herbal fields and planted them with spiritual medicine. Even from afar, one could smell the fragrance of the herbs. The herbal fields were full of life. The leaves and flowers were shining brightly. It was obvious that they were rare and precious. The large black dog started drooling at that moment. Miracle Dr. Wang sternly warned it not to eat recklessly, as some rare herbs were highly toxic. The Black Emperor agreed, but on that day he slipped into the medicinal field. He was poisoned to the point that he foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground, his entire body convulsing. If it wasn't for little Nan Nan, who passed by the medicinal field while playing, saw its miserable appearance and promptly called for help, this damn dog would have lost most of its life. Doggy, don't randomly eat things. Little Nan Nan blinked her large eyes and seriously warned. Woof! The large black dog was foaming and baring his teeth. He was exasperated. Woof! The large black dog was foaming and baring his teeth. He was flustered and exasperated. Yi Fan also felt that the dog was outrageous. It stole spiritual herbs and ate them as soon as it came to Miracle Dr. Wang's place. In the end, it poisoned itself to death. Miracle Dr. Wang didn't think much about Yi Fan's injuries. His great Dao injury had completely healed. He kept thinking about the little Nan Nan. He locked himself in the cottage and flipped through various ancient books to find clues. He frowned because it was really difficult for him. 2 days later, he pushed open the door of the cottage and walked out. He was holding a yellow scroll in his hand. He looked shocked and found Yi Fan. Where's the little girl? He seemed a little nervous. Even his words were a little unnatural. Miracle Dr. Wang was not only an expert in the medical Dao, but he was also a mighty. He was a top-notch expert in the world. Even the Saint Lords had to pay respect to him. It was surprising that he was behaving like this. Senior, what's wrong? Yi Fan asked. It's hard to say. This little girl isn't simple. I can't see through her. I need to take a closer look, Miracle Dr. Wang said. She's playing. Yi Fan pointed to the flower bed by the spiritual spring in the distance. The little Nan Nan was very happy. She ran around and chased after colorful butterflies. Her face was full of an innocent smile, and her big eyes were clear and bright. The large black dog lay at the side lazily. When the little Nan Nan ran over occasionally, he would carry the little Nan Nan and run a few times. His temper was so good that it made people speechless. Damn it! This damn dog has been cruel and greedy since I saw it. I don't know how many times it has been bitten by it. Li Heishui was furious. The ferocious large black dog treated the little Nan Nan in a completely different way. This made Yi Fan and Li Heishui have many thoughts. Their intuition told them that the large black dog knew some of the truth. Be good, Nan Nan. Here, eat a spiritual fruit. Miracle Dr. Wang handed a golden and bright spiritual fruit to the little Nan Nan. This fragrance assailed her nose. Thank you, Grandpa. The little Nan Nan thanked him obediently. Miracle Dr. Wang took her pulse seriously and examined her limbs and bones. Then, he touched her head and revealed a surprised and doubtful expression. Stop checking. She's healthier than anyone else. She doesn't need treatment at all. The large black dog bared his teeth at the side. He seemed unwilling to see Miracle Dr. Wang find anything. Grandpa, is Nan Nan really sick? The little Nan Nan asked softly. Then, she lowered her head and looked at her little shoes. Nan Nan always forgets the past. Why is it like this? The little Nan Nan was very disappointed. She felt sad and wronged. She felt that she was different from others. Children haven't grown up yet. Of course, it's easy for them to forget the past. When you grow up, you won't be like this anymore, the large black dog said. Doggy, is what you said true? The little Nan Nan asked innocently with her big eyes. Of course it's true. I never lie. Don't worry. Nan Nan isn't sick. She's very healthy. Everything is normal. When you grow up, you'll naturally get better, Miracle Dr. Wong said as he twirled his snow-white beard. Oh, in that case, Nan Nan can rest assured. The little Nan Nan was happy again. She was very innocent and chased after the large black dog into the distance. What did you see? Yifan asked. Miracle Dr. Wong revealed a solemn expression. He opened the yellowing diary and flipped to one of the pages. He pointed at an ancient picture on it and said, Look, don't you think it looks a little similar? Yifan was stunned. On this ancient diary there was a little girl. Her eyes were clear and pure. She didn't seem to be tainted by the mortal world at all. She was very ethereal. Too similar. She's almost the same as Nan Nan. He couldn't help but be surprised. This ancient diary looked a little old. In the distant past, how could there be a little girl who looked like Nan Nan? Both of them were less than 3 years old and looked very young. There was no difference in her flawless eyes. She's really similar. However, Eastern Wilderness is too big. It's reasonable to meet someone who looks the same. Li Heishui nodded in surprise. Miracle Dr. Wong shook his head and said, You're wrong. Take a closer look at the records. Once a month, she loses her memory, but her vitality is forever. Yifan and Li Heishui continued to read, and their expressions changed. In this yellowing diary, the records on these few pages were limited. However, they were unimaginable. An old couple with no children found a pitiful little girl in their later years. They were overjoyed and adopted her, treating her like their own. However, something strange happened. Years passed like a day. The little girl never grew up. Moreover, she would lose her memory every full moon and forget everything in the past. In the end, the old couple passed away. The little girl was still the same. She was regarded as a demon by the locals and almost drowned in the water. A kind-hearted old woman let her go. The poor little girl wandered in a foreign land and became an abandoned beggar. She then disappeared in the sea of people. Once a month, she lost her memory. Her symptoms were too similar to Nanan's. Moreover, they were forever young and never changed. Nan Nan was like this 3 years ago and had never changed. What's going on? Yifan's heart was beating rapidly. This was too unbelievable. Could it be that these two abandoned children were the same person? This is unbelievable. It's the same symptom and it's the same person. How many years ago did this happen? Li Heishui was also bewildered. This diary has existed for at least 2,500 years. It was left behind by an ancestor of mine. There were some supplementary records at the back. Existing for 2,500 years, Yifan was shocked. If he compared it to the history of the other side of the universe, it would be the pre-Qin period. It didn't seem like much. However, if he thought about it carefully, it was quite a long time ago. The Qin Emperor and Han Wu hadn't even been born yet. Are you sure this is true? Li Heishui was almost stuttering. If he was not wrong, Nanan's origin was too mysterious. That ancestor of Miracle Dr. Wong had once passed by the town where the old couple lived. He had diagnosed the little girl, but there was no way to treat her. Later, this miracle doctor went there again. The old couple passed away. The poor little girl became a beggar again and disappeared in the sea of people. Things didn't end there. Hundreds of years later, when that ancestor of Miracle Dr. Wong passed by the ancient city of Zitiandu in his later years, he saw the poor little girl again. Although it was a hasty glance, it left a deep impression. However, he was being chased by his enemies and couldn't stop. In the end, he missed it. When he went to look for it later, he couldn't find it. This was a great regret of that old miracle doctor. He took it to heart and passed away in less than half a year, leaving behind only a yellow diary. How is this possible? It's unbelievable. Li Heishui was having a headache. He rubbed his temples hard and couldn't figure it out. Poor little beggar. Yifan thought of Nan Nan in the past. She was covered in tattered clothes and even her shoes had toe holes. It was heart-wrenching. Had she lived like this all along? Had she tasted all the joys and sorrows of the world? If that was really the case, how much suffering had she gone through? An abandoned child struggling to survive alone in the sea of people. She was less than 3 years old and had forgotten the past. She had probably tasted all kinds of suffering in the world. This is really hard to guess. Yi Fan sighed sourly. Sacred leader can't live past 2,500 years old. But Nan Nan never changed. Li Heishui couldn't figure it out. Miracle Dr. Wang. Didn't you notice anything? Asked Yi Fan. That ancestor of mine mentioned this little girl again before he passed away and wrote a deduction on the last page of the diary. What deduction? Yi Fan and Li Heishui's eyes lit up. He only wrote 2 words. Immortal infant, said Miracle Dr. Wang. What does that mean? Li Heishui couldn't understand. I don't know either. There are too many things that have been lost in our lineage. When it came to my generation, the medical skills that we have mastered are less than 10% of what we used to have, or even less than 5%. So many things have been lost. Yi Fan was shocked. One should know that this old man was known as a miracle doctor. My ancestor could even heal the scars of the great Tao in the ancient times. He was also a sage. The descendants can't compare. Miracle Dr. Wang shook his head. What does the word immortal infant mean? Although the ancestor from 2,500 years ago didn't have a sacred skill like your ancestor, he might have guessed a thing or two. I don't know either. I'm afraid there are some allusions to immortal infant. It's a pity that more than 90% of our medical books have been lost. I don't know what it means. Immortal infant that has existed forever in the world. Yi Fan pondered. 2,500 years ago, Nan Nan was still in the central region of the East Wilderness. In the end, she ended up in the southern region. She had traveled almost half of the East Wilderness. Capture that dog and interrogate it. It must know something, Li Heishui said. Yi Fan nodded and called out to Nan Nan gently. The little girl ran back happily. Her big eyes were blinking. She raised her head and said in a very soft voice, Big brother, what's the matter? I'll make black dog meat for Nan Nan to eat later. Yi Fan smiled and patted her head. Then, he and Li Heishui walked forward and suddenly attacked, holding the large black dog down. Woof, you two are tired of living. How dare you provoke me? The large black dog boasted shamelessly. Tell me, what is immortal infant? Yi Fan grabbed its square head and big ears to avoid being bitten. You know about immortal infant? The large black dog was quite shocked. Clearly, this sudden question was beyond his expectations. Tell me quickly, or I'll cook you into black dog meat today. Yi Fan asked. Big brother, don't eat the dog. Although it's very naughty, it's not bad. Nan Nan took it seriously and advised timidly at the side. Woof, I want to eat the divine body today. The large black dog was not at all convinced and shouted loudly. Doggy, be good. Don't talk nonsense. Nan Nan advised. She was a little scared, but she still stretched out her little hand and tried to pull them away. Can immortal infant be eaten? I don't know anything. Don't ask me. The large black dog bared his teeth and shouted fiercely. Damn! This dog is asking for a beating. Li Heishui couldn't help but raise his hand and slap the dogs but a few times. Woof, woof, woof. The large black dog barked. Its big mouth suddenly became very long, and it madly bit Li Heishui, almost swallowing him. Damn! He was still bitten by a dog. Li Heishui was furious. The two of them asked, but the large black dog was very stubborn. He wouldn't say what immortal infant was no matter what. Instead, he kept barking. They had no choice. They couldn't really cook the large black dog, so he took many bites. It's been 4 days. Should we go to the Merak ruins to take a look? Li Heishui suggested on the 4th day. We can go and take a look. Yi Fan nodded. He had wanted to go and take a look a long time ago. The large black dog couldn't wait any longer. He carried Nan Nan and walked in the front. In front of them, there were towering mountains and precipitous ridges. It was a land of soaring dragons. The mountains were majestic and majestic, almost reaching the sky. As soon as they walked into this area, they found rare beasts like the flood dragon, the Chilan beast, and the nine-tailed fox. They all became cautious. After walking for more than 50 miles, they arrived in front of the mountain gate of the Merak ruins. The ruins were in ruins, and it was a desolate scene. It was full of a desolate aura. A supreme holy land had completely become history because of an unforeseen event. Damn! There's someone over there. The large black dog cried out, and stared at a figure that looked like a wooden stake within the mountain gate. The black fur on its body that was as glossy as silk all stood on end, and it growled, "A freakishly powerful and ridiculous." Chapter 479. The Merak ruins were desolate. Plants grew wildly, covering the mountain gate. The withered old trees were so thick that a dozen people couldn't even wrap their arms around them. Their dry branches stretched towards the sky. In the collapsed mountain gate, there was a figure that didn't move at all. It was like he had been petrified. When they were walking in the distance, they didn't sense his existence at all. Only when they got close did they suddenly realize that a person had been standing there for a long time. He had his back to the mountain gate. His black hair was like a waterfall and his figure was tall. He was like a bottomless abyss, but also like a boundless starry sky. The large black dog used to be a great elite. Although his cultivation level had dropped, his eyes were still sharp. He couldn't tell how powerful this person was. Unfathomable, extremely terrifying. This was the Black Emperor's evaluation. He felt that his legs were cramping, so he turned around and ran with little Nan Nan on his back. The large black dog didn't have any sense of loyalty. He didn't greet anyone and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yifan's heart was also beating rapidly. He originally thought it was the old madman who had returned, but now he was hesitant. This person's back was very majestic, and his black hair was dense. He was very different from that crazy and skinny old man. "Let's retreat as well," Li Heishui called out. He retreated step by step. That person was blocking the mountain gate, so he couldn't be provoked. But he also knew that, with the person's cultivation level, he must have discovered them long ago. He didn't panic, and instead retreated slowly. Yifan was also surprised and didn't say anything. They retreated along the path they came from. An unknown, terrifying existence, a mysterious elite whose battle prowess couldn't be estimated, was the best choice. That person still didn't move. He was like an immortal statue, standing in the collapsed mountain gate without any signs of life. Gone, gone. Yifan and Li Heishui retreated a bit more. They didn't even blink, but they discovered that the tall figure had already disappeared. What kind of movement skill is this? It's too fast. It's like it never appeared before. Li Heishui was shocked. Nice. A peerless god king has an enemy. There really is no lack of extraordinary people in this world. Yifan was also surprised. When they returned to Miracle Dr. Wang's thatched cottage, the large black dog was muttering, "Damn it! Who is this person? I can't even see through him. He's too terrifying. You stupid dog. You have no sense of loyalty, actually abandoning us and running away," Li Heishui said disdainfully. "It doesn't matter if we run away or not. It's just a show to let him know that we respect him. If he wants to make a move, even if I set up a formation pattern and teleport there, he'll still be able to shatter the space with a single palm strike and imprison us from the void," the large black dog retorted. Only little Nan Nan was quiet. Although the little girl was curious, she was very obedient. She didn't ask much and only listened attentively. Miracle Dr. Wang walked out of the thatched cottage. After understanding the situation in detail, he sighed softly and said, "Tianxian is indeed not simple. It has been 6,000 years since it was destroyed, but such a terrifying person still exists. It's really frightening. This is a land that leads to the heavens, and every mountain range is a soaring dragon. There's naturally something wrong that such a divine land hasn't been occupied by the later generations," the large black dog said suspiciously. "It's not that the later generations don't want to occupy it, but this place is strange," Miracle Dr. Wang said. Although he lived next to it, he had not visited it many times. In the past, the Tianxian Holy Land was extremely prosperous. After it was destroyed, There were many divine treasures left behind, and they were all divided up by the other holy lands. However, in the end, they didn't dare to completely occupy this divine land. 6,000 years ago, the heavenly jade Holy Land, which had flourished to its peak after failing to attack the desolate antiquity Forbidden Land, was annihilated overnight. Only 3 or 4 people managed to escape, but it didn't take long for their lifespans to dry up, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. For the Holy Lands, this was a great feast. They almost completely emptied the Tianxian Holy Land, and several supreme sects even wanted to station themselves here. However, not long after every full moon, loud cries would come from the Tianxian Holy Land. Several divine lords went to investigate late at night, but they couldn't find anything. This continued for many years. In the following years, every 1,000 years, the sorrowful cries would appear late at night, and it really shocked all the Holy Lands. From then on, no one dared to have any designs on this place. Although they knew that this was a land of soaring dragons, they didn't dare to touch it. Come to think of it, another 1,000 years have passed, and the night of the full moon is coming soon. Could it be that that person has returned? Miracle Dr. Wang frowned. What a freak. He appears every 1,000 years, and even time can't erase him? This is too terrifying. The large black dog murmured, fear in his heart. Yifan thought of something, and he asked Miracle Dr. Wang, Senior, do you know what ancient scriptures are cultivated in Tianxian? What's the origin of the mystical footwork they have? The large black dog had once said that the old lunatic's footwork had the shadow of the attainment formula of the 9 secrets, and he wanted to understand it. The ancient scriptures of Tianxian are very powerful and profound, but it's a pity that they've already been destroyed and haven't been passed down. Their footwork is unparalleled in the world, surpassing the extreme speed of Tianpeng. At this point, Miracle Dr. Wang paused for a moment, and then said, very few people in the world know that Tianxuan's footwork evolved from the 9 secrets. What? Yifan was shocked, feeling that the large black dog had guessed correctly. In ancient times, there was a saint in our sect, so we naturally know some of those ancient secrets, Miracle Dr. Wang said slowly. More than 100,000 years ago, all the Holy Lands surrounded and attacked the Celestial Court, and this ancient dynasty was destroyed. All the major sects had more or less gained something, and the most precious thing that Tianxian obtained was the ancient scroll of the attainment formula, the core saint technique of the Celestial Court. It was cut off by them and became the top secret and passed down. The old lunatic's footwork originated from the attainment formula of the Celestial Court, but it was incomplete. In the end, Tianxian continued to evolve, and that was how the unparalleled speed of the later generations came. The night of the full moon arrived very quickly. Yifan and the others stood on the peak in the distance, looking down at the Tianxian Holy Land. Moonlight sprinkled down like water, and a loud cry was like the rumbling of thunder, resounding through the clouds, startling tens of thousands of beasts, and shaking the mountains. It's him, that tall figure. The large black dog was terrified. Yifan and the others saw that person again, appearing and disappearing like a ghost in the Tianxian Holy Land. He moved so fast that the naked eye could not follow his speed. Woo! The loud cry was like the rumbling of thunder, like the roar of the sea, deafening. It traveled especially far in the night, and the whole heaven and earth was shaking. As expected, people from all the Holy Lands have come. Miracle Dr. Wang said, his eyes looking into the distance. The millennium was a very special day. All the Holy Lands wanted to see if that person had returned, and if he was dead or not. One could imagine the shock in their hearts. The loud cry started again, and this millennium was still not over. This is too freakish, the large black dog muttered. Multiple generations of old divine masters have died, and he can still come here to cry. Damn dog, lower your voice, don't talk nonsense, Li Heishui warned. In the distance, the people from the Holy Lands retreated silently, not daring to stay here for long. They only came to make sure. After all, in the past, they had moved away the divine treasures of the Tianxian Holy Land, so they were very guilty. Now, this unparalleled person was still alive, and no one could remain calm. In the blink of an eye, the distant sky was empty. Is he the old madman or not? Yifan muttered. Apart from the old madman, could it be that there was another unimaginable person in the Tianxian Holy Land who had survived? How could this be possible? The loud cry lasted for an hour, and it only quieted down at midnight. The mountains stopped shaking, and the heaven-reaching land was peaceful. This time he should have left. Legend has it that every time he finishes crying, he will disappear for 1,000 years. Miracle Dr. Wang said with a sigh. Let's go and take a look, Li Heishui said. In the dead of night, the ruins of the Tianxian Holy Land were silent. Broken walls and ruins could be seen everywhere, and it was extremely desolate. The once glorious and powerful immortal Holy Land had ended up like this, which made people sigh. There was really nothing eternal in this world. The bluestone steps were covered with green moss, and weeds covered the ground. It was a barren land, and some huge stones were carved with many ancient characters. 6,000 years had passed, and all the precious things had been moved away. Nothing was left, and only weeds were left in the herb fields. You guys can walk around. I will carefully study the layout of these herb fields, Miracle Dr. Wang said. This was not the first time he had observed, but every time he could find some incomplete Tao patterns that could accelerate the growth of spirit herbs. Yifan and the others walked in the huge ruins. Debris, broken walls, and other things could be seen everywhere. There were also some half-collapsed ancient palaces that were covered with a thick layer of dust. Underground palace. They found a huge underground palace, and the buildings inside were still in good condition. However, when they went deeper, they all took a deep breath. There were endless tombs connected together, and it was an underground cemetery. Firelight flickered, and there were paper money and some tributes in front of each tomb. Obviously, someone had just swept the tombs. Miracle Dr. Wang said that the only divine land in the Tianxian Holy Land has not been found. Their ancient scripture might be buried there. Could it be in this tomb? Li Heishui was suspicious. Unfortunately, even with Black Emperor's attainments in Tao pattern, he couldn't find anything. After a while, they all left. When they came to the deepest part of the Tianxian Holy Land, it was even more desolate. There were collapsed ancient palaces, broken bluestone steps, and a huge martial arts arena. Everything recorded the glory of the past and the desolation of the present. The once supreme Holy Land had become a thing of the past. The most mysterious divine land in the Tianxian Holy Land can't be found after all. Their ancient scripture has really become the ashes of history. The few of them were regretful. The bright moon flickered in the sky, and the moonlight sprinkled on the desolate forest like white feathers. Little Nan Nan's body emitted a colorful light, and her small stones slowly disappeared into her body. Nan Nan is going to forget the past again. The little girl was depressed, and her voice was very soft. On the night of the full moon, she would experience a new life and forget everything in the past. However, Yifan was already prepared, and he took out the shining jade. Don't worry, Nan Nan. Everything that you have experienced is recorded in here, and you will understand it in a while. Okay. The little girl nodded seriously. Like the moonlight sprinkling on the water, like thin smoke, a colorful light shot out from between little Nan Nan's eyebrows, and a new small stone appeared. She was extremely confused, and she didn't recognize anyone. She was a little timid, and she looked around in fear. Yifan imprinted the jade that contained her memories into her mind. Not long after, the little girl calmed down again, and she was very happy and said, Nan Nan didn't forget the past. The colorful stone between her eyebrows became more and more sparkling, and it was about to fall off. At this moment, the little girl suddenly exclaimed, There is a world over there. She stretched out her small pink hand and pointed at the void. Her small mouth formed an O shape, and she was very surprised and curious. Nan Nan, what are you talking about? Yifan? Li Heishui? And the big black dog all looked surprised. Nan Nan saw a pure land, and there were many sparkling petals dancing in it. But there were coffins everywhere on the ground, and there was a person. The little girl exclaimed. She timidly took a few steps back, and she was still staring at the void. Is it the divine land of Merak? They were all shocked. The void that little Nan Nan was pointing at was located in the sky in the deepest part of the Merak ruins. Yi Fan couldn't see anything even with his god's eye, but she saw through it with a glance. That person is sitting up in the only coffin that hasn't been sealed. He's coming out. It's the person we saw a few days ago. He discovered us. The little girl was even more afraid now. She couldn't speak anymore. Swoosh! Without a sound, a tall figure appeared on the ground in the deepest part of the ruins. That person walked out from the divine land. He was dressed in an ancient green robe, and his black hair was thick. His eyes were empty, and he took a step forward to stand in front of Yi Fan and the others. He stared at little Nan Nan, and then he stretched out his hand. Chapter 480. Moonlight enveloped this tall figure, and his hair danced in the wind. His empty eyes were faintly discernible, but his appearance was concealed. The large yellow hand reached forward, and all the black fur on the large black dog's body stood up, because little Nan Nan was sitting on his body. Seeing this, even though Yi Fan knew he was no match, he still quickly moved forward to block. He didn't want anything to happen to little Nan. With a clang, the dragon-patterned black-gold Holy Spirit sword was unsheathed and slashed down. Dang! The large yellow hand didn't dodge at all, directly grabbing forward. The black holy sword struck a finger, and sparks flew everywhere, but it didn't move at all. This was horrifying. The black holy sword was sturdy and indestructible, but it couldn't even move a finger. They really didn't know how this person tempered his body, and it was difficult to imagine what kind of cultivation level he had reached. Wang! Yi Fan brandished his golden fist, smashing it forward. His body was incredibly powerful, and he circulated his most powerful blood chi to block the large hand. Dong! As if a divine drum was being struck, a muffled sound rang out between the two. Yi Fan retreated, his arm numb. Even with his powerful saint physique, it was difficult to block that large hand. It slowly but powerfully reached over, unable to change its trajectory at all. This was the result that made Yi Fan shiver. His powerful saint physique was suppressed by someone for the first time. Moreover, the other party was so casual, and didn't attack him at all, allowing him to brandish his golden fist and heavily strike it. Woof! The large black dog was anxious, and he summoned the black profound jade platform, wanting to cross the void and escape. Swoosh! With a flash of light, it and little Nan Nan's shadow disappeared. However, this large hand merely pressed down lightly in the void. With a rumbling sound, it immediately crushed the void of heaven and earth and shook them out. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The large yellow hand reached deep into the collapsed void, covering them, and the terrifying chaotic flow of energy was all fixed in place. The boundless power of the void couldn't harm them at all. The large yellow hand restrained the Black Emperor and little Nan Nan from the void. Woof! The large black dog barked. Aya! Little Nan Nan was about to cry. Yi Fan rushed forward with all his might. The golden hand struck forward again, wanting to save them, but it couldn't move at all. At this moment, he actually felt powerless like an ant trying to shake a tree, and he was filled with helplessness. This person was like a bottomless abyss that was impossible to fathom. Bang! The web between Yi Fan's thumb and forefinger ruptured, and he was sent flying several thousand feet away. This was not an attack from his opponent at all, but the backlash from his opponent's hand. What do you want? Yi Fan was afraid that he would hurt little Nan Nan. Li Heishui also took action, but he was in an even worse state than Yi Fan, flying back 1,000 zhang. He grimaced in pain, continuously swinging his arms, almost to the point of numbness. The night breeze blew over, causing the tall man's hair to flutter, revealing a righteous face. It was bronze in color, with a straight nose and a square mouth. Apart from the emptiness of his eyes, this was an extremely imposing man. He was like an immortal god of war, making others feel reverence. You are. Yi Fan's eyes widened in shock, revealing an expression of disbelief. This was actually the old madman. How did he become like this? In the past, his white hair was messy, his body was withered, and he was extremely old. His eyes were cloudy, and he seemed to be crazy. But now he was very different. His body was strong, and his hair was thick and black. He was like a completely different person, as if he had obtained eternal youth. What happened? Is it because of the transformation last time? Yi Fan was surprised, and then said loudly, "Senior, do you still remember me? You once taught me the Merak steps. What are you going to do? Don't hurt little Nan Nan. He is the crazy old man who has lived for 6,000 years." Li Heishui's mouth was wide open, and his heart was surging with emotions. He was quite shocked. A ray of light flashed across the old madman's empty eyes. He glanced at Yi Fan, but did not say anything. Instead, he threw the large black dog out and fixed little Nan Nan in the air to observe. "Uncle, what are you going to do?" Little Nan Nan asked timidly, and she couldn't help but step back. At this moment, the old madman's expression was extremely serious. 2 beams of divine light shot out from his empty eyes, as bright as 2 golden lamps. The divine light shone on little Nan Nan, and suddenly the air twisted as if it was about to collapse. "Big brother, I'm scared," the little girl sobbed. "Don't be afraid, little Nan Nan. He won't hurt you." After recognizing the old madman, Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief. He felt that the old madman would not kill her. The old madman's expression became more and more serious. His thick black eyebrows were raised, and a beam of divine light shot out from between his eyebrows, falling on the little girl. The large black dog was so scared that he did not dare to breathe. He felt an unparalleled pressure. He glanced at little Nan Nan, and then at the old madman, anxious and worried. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the old madman and little Nan Nan disappeared into the sky. Where did they go? Li Heishui was surprised. They must have gone into the divine land of Merak. Yi Fan said in a low voice, "Oh no, the old madman's strength is appallingly high. I can't see through him. Is he trying to take little Nanan's fruit away?" The Black Emperor felt 100 claws scratching his heart. Ding dong! Celestial music came from the sky, and a pure land bloomed with light. Thousands of auspicious lights and billions of divine lights sprinkled down. It was a magnificent scene. The green grass was like a carpet, and the fragrance of immortals filled the air. Spirit springs gushed out one after another, and the sky was filled with petals. It was like a dreamy country. However, the ground of this pure land was filled with vermilion coffins, which looked quite strange. This was the divine land of Merak, the last secret place that had not been discovered by anyone. It was very likely that the ancient scriptures and the supreme inheritance of Merak could be found in it. Ah! The old madman roared, and his roar shook the mountains and rivers. Apart from the beasts in the mountains, the ancient beasts in the neighboring wastelands also trembled. A beam of divine light soared into the sky, and it seemed as if it was going to penetrate the boundless starry sky. He was like an ancient god. His ancient green robe fluttered, and he stood with his head held high. His hair danced in the wind, and his eyes emitted cold lightning. His temperament was extremely frightening, and he was very different from his usual appearance. At the same time, little Nan Nan closed her eyes. Her little hands were actually continuously forming hand seals. It was profound and unfathomable. It was so complicated that it was incomprehensible. What happened? Yi Fan was shocked. He found out. What should we do? The large black dog could not sit still, and he jumped up and down, feeling very uneasy. Swoosh! The old madman's eyes swept over like 2 bolts of lightning, and the muscles of Yi Fan and the others almost cracked. They were all extremely shocked. The old madman walked around little Nan Nan, and his eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he could see through everything about her. In particular, a godlike figure appeared between his eyebrows, sitting in the void, solemn and dignified, staring at the little girl. This is not the ancient times anymore. The world has changed a long time ago. How could such an unfathomably terrifying figure still be born? The large black dog was even more shocked. The godlike figure in front of the old madman's eyebrows seemed to be splitting the sky and the earth, swallowing and spitting out chaos. It stared at little Nan Nan, and the divine land kept expanding. Little Nan Nan kept forming seals, and the seven-colored stone between her eyebrows became more and more resplendent. But it did not fall off. It melted into a seven-colored light spot, and a mysterious aura flowed around it. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine land closed, and the scene inside could no longer be seen. Dr. Wang was also alarmed. He rushed over, and after knowing what had happened, he gasped and said, "Step back, stay further away from here." Everyone was unwilling, and they retreated far away, but nothing bad happened after that. When it was late at night, the divine land in the void reappeared. Little Nan Nan looked around in a daze, and then walked out. The little girl was not hurt. The only change was that the seven-colored stone was melted between her eyebrows, and it did not fall off anymore, which gave her a kind of spiritual aura. The old madman appeared in the void, and his eyes became empty again, without any expression. With a wave of his sleeve, the whole divine land disappeared. The large black dog took the little girl, and looked left and right, surprised and doubtful, and said, "I've healed your internal injuries." The Black Emperor turned to look at the tall figure in the void, and said to himself, "As expected, he is very courageous. He did not steal the fruit of Wei, but helped me." Yifan secretly transmitted his voice, and said, "Thank you for teaching me, Senior, and for helping me this time. I have no way to repay you, but I know a place that might have the complete attainment formula." He had been asking Dr. Wang for advice these few days, and indirectly learned that one of the 9 secrets that the ancient clan in Lizhou of the northern region had obtained was very likely to be the attainment formula. And the ancient scroll left by that clan led to the Holy Cliff, which meant that he was very likely to obtain the attainment formula. However, that was not a good place. There were formation patterns of the Great Emperor, and even the Red Dragon Taoist was trapped there for 1,500 years. Even the large black dog had doubts these days. Now that he had met the old madman, he was definitely a great help, and wanted to invite him to go with him to the Holy Cliff to find the 9 secrets, and at the same time to repay his kindness. As expected, the old madman's empty eyes shone with brilliance, but it quickly disappeared, without any expression. The attainment formula is at the Holy Cliff. Yifan transmitted his voice, and told him the exact location. If the old madman was not willing to go, then so be it. He could not force him. Without a sound, the old madman disappeared, and there was no trace of him anymore. That is the divine land, and it has the secret of Tianxian. We actually saw it, but we can't get anything. Li Heishui was full of regret. "Little darling, how are you?" Yifan asked. "Little darling is fine. I just feel like I can remember a lot of things." The little girl answered obediently, and then she rubbed the colorful between her eyebrows. Swoosh! With a flash, the old madman appeared again, his messy hair covering his face. He followed behind Yifan, obviously to go with them. "If we can dig out such a god, we can do whatever we want in the East Barren territory." Li Heishui's heart beat rapidly, and he almost jumped up. Although he was transmitting his voice secretly, the old madman seemed to be able to hear him and glanced at him. Yifan and his group left the Tianxian ruins and bid farewell to Miracle Dr. Wang. Their destination was the Holy Cliff. This was a strange combination. A big dog was carrying a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. A tall, middle-aged man with disheveled hair whose facial features could not be seen. A dark and swarthy man, and a delicate and pretty young man who looked harmless to both humans and animals. When they walked together, it looked quite strange. Yifan did not let the big black dog carve a Tao pattern to cross to the Holy Cliff. He said he wanted to walk all the way. "Yi hei, Li Heishui murmured. He quickly understood Yifan's intention. Now that there was an invincible expert beside him, it would be unfair to the old madman if they crossed the void directly. The large black dog was also full of evil tricks, and he was a fox that borrowed the tiger's might to intimidate others. Now that there was a being that had lived for 6,000 years by his side, he decided to make good use of it. "Ancient killer dynasty, world of men, don't you guys kill gods and Buddhas in your way? Come at me if you have the guts." Those sacred grounds and supreme sects won't be able to do anything even if they want to test us. I really hope those blind guys will come at me together. The big black dog shouted in his heart, and he was extremely happy. He had just walked out of the great wilderness, and he was already rushing to greet people, hoping to provoke a few sacred grounds. Chapter 481. Yifan and the others walked out of the mountain and came to the outside world. They immediately caused a commotion because 14 days had passed, and he was still alive. Isn't that the Saint Physique? The doctor said he had less than half a month to live, and he actually appeared again. Did he really sever his own cultivation and become an ordinary person? This is interesting. I wonder if those people will come to kill him? The Eastern Barren was vast and boundless. There were no signs of human habitation for millions of miles in the primitive area. The gathering places of humans were relatively concentrated, and the cities were usually connected, becoming a prosperous land. In the central area, the 10 ancient cities were 10 different centers. Large numbers of humans and beasts gathered in the surrounding areas. It was extremely densely packed. After Yifan and the others came out, they hadn't even entered an important city, but they already caused a heated discussion in an ordinary ancient city. There's no need to guess. He definitely severed his own cultivation. He's now a cripple. Who wants to test his current cultivation level? The combination of Yifan and the others was too strange. The big black dog and the little girl couldn't go unnoticed. Even if they hadn't seen them before, they could still guess. Who is that middle-aged man with disheveled hair? His messy hair even covers his face. He's too rude. Someone stared at the crazy old man, not treating him as a powerful cultivator at all. Everyone was paying attention and discussing. The Saint Physique was still alive, and he might have severed his own cultivation. This news spread like it had wings. Soon, Yifan and the others arrived at the Hidden Moon ancient city. It was one of the 10 famous cities in the central area of the Eastern Barren, and it was the closest to the Merak ruins. In the center of this area, there were many supreme sects and ancient clans of the beasts scattered around the famous mountains and rivers. Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore. He wanted to test how Yifan was doing. A few young men walked over, all wearing smiles. Isn't this Brother Yi with the Saint Physique? I heard you were unwell. How are you now? One of them casually patted Yifan's shoulder. Who are you? Do we know each other? Yifan asked. We're just lone cultivators. How would Brother Yi know us? The man laughed loudly. You're disciples of the Zifu sect, right? Yifan raised his eyebrows. Even the Purple Mansion Saint didn't dare to pat his shoulder so casually. These disciples really treated him like a cripple who had destroyed his own cultivation. How did you know? These people's hearts skipped a beat. They felt somewhat uneasy. Judging from the purple glow in your eyes, you must be disciples of the Holy Land who cultivate purple chi from the east, said Yifan with a smile. They were relieved and continued to ask, Brother Yi survived a great disaster. I wonder if you've recovered now? His cultivation is half crippled, but he can still survive, Yifan said. Is that so? That's not good news. One of them revealed a smile. He increased his strength and slapped Yifan's shoulder. Are you tired of living? Li Heishui directly grabbed his arm and threw him out with a bang. You? What's the meaning of this? That disciple from the Purple Mansion sect became hostile on the spot and reprimanded angrily. I want to ask you, what's the meaning of this? Are you trying to bully Yifan because his cultivation is half crippled? That's why you dare to be so rude? Li Heishui said coldly. The Purple Mansion Saint is our senior brother, and we are disciples of the Holy Land. Are we not worthy of being friends with Brother Yi? One of them sneered. Brother Yi is of the same generation as us. Do you think we need to look up to him? Another person also sneered. After knowing that Yifan had destroyed his own cultivation, they didn't care anymore. Half a month ago, even your saint wouldn't dare to be so rude. If Yifan was at his peak, would you dare to test him like this? Li Heishui reprimanded. Has his sacred physique really been deified? Someone sneered with a look of disdain. Someone even said in a barely audible voice, a phoenix without feathers is inferior to a chicken. He's already in such a state. Do you still think he's powerful? You talk a lot of nonsense. Don't you just think that Yi Fan is half crippled? I'll accompany you, the Black Emperor shouted. So what if you're the Purple Mansion Saint's junior brother? Come at me together. The Purple Mansion Saint had been suppressed by Yi Fan before, and there were rumors that the Khanate sacred physique might be born. This made the Purple Mansion Saint extremely angry. If there were no accidents, the Saintess would be married to him. His junior brother naturally wanted to help her vent her anger. Thus, these people were very unfriendly. Serene Moon Ancient City was very close to the Purple Mansion Sacred Land, so they rushed over immediately. What an arrogant dog. Skin it. Wasn't it always arrogant in the past? Today, its sacred physique is already crippled. Let's see what else it can rely on. The Purple Mansion Saint's disciples were not weak. They sneered and pressed forward together. They were prepared to kill the big black dog in front of Yi Fan. The big black dog didn't say much. He directly took out a mess of things and surrounded them. Starstones, divine blood soil, and other things shone brightly, sealing the sky. Ignorant juniors. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are the junior brother of the Purple Mansion Saint? I will beat you up. You stupid dog. Can you do anything to us? They scolded. However, the color of their faces changed immediately. The surrounding scenery changed greatly. Everything became hazy, and everyone was sealed. Ah! Not long after, screams came from the formation. The Purple Mansion Saint's disciples were all knocked down. Li Heishui didn't say anything. He rushed in and dragged them out. He raised his big foot and kicked them violently. Ah! The Purple Mansion Saint's disciples' bodies were sealed. They could only watch helplessly as the two big feet trampled on them. They screamed continuously. You dare to do this to us? Do you know? Know your head. I don't even want people like you to be my pet. Teaching you a lesson is already giving you face. The big black dog shouted. He personally rushed over. His big paw scratched back and forth. Every time, a few bones would be broken. In the ancient Moon City, everyone was dumbfounded. These were the Purple Mansion Saint's disciples, but they were actually beaten up like this. These people were really fierce. Wasn't his saint physique crippled? Why were the people around him still so fierce? This really made people speechless. Many people were muttering. Ah! The Purple Mansion Saint's disciples screamed. They had never suffered such a big loss before. I will send you to the Western Desert to become monks and temper your tempers. After beating them up, the big black dog opened the formation on the chessboard. With a flash of light, they were sent away. Everyone's heart jumped. Was this dog telling the truth? They were sent to the Western Desert? That was too exaggerated. F***CK, the formation is too strange. They all ran to the northern plains. The big black dog was extremely annoyed. It was obvious that he had done something unreliable again. Many of the surrounding cultivators didn't believe him. They felt that he was bragging. Only the crazy old man's empty eyes flashed. He stared at the formation a few times. You have gone too far. At this moment, a cold voice traveled over. In a nearby tea house, a man in purple stood up and strode over. Purple Mansion Saint. Someone exclaimed. Apart from him, there was also a fair-skinned man walking over. It was Zhao Fa from the Ziwei sect. He looked very gentle, and his smile was meaningful. Brother Yi, we haven't seen each other for half a month. I learned that this place is closest to Miracle Dr. Wang's seclusion, so I specially waited here for you to appear. I want to buy that divine sword. Zhao Fa was calm and composed. He walked over with the Purple Mansion Saint. His face was full of smiles, as if he was happy from the bottom of his heart. Yi Fan also smiled. This person was definitely not a kind person. At the Feng clan's banquet, little Nan Nan had heard him talking to someone. He wanted to steal the divine sword and was prepared to kill him. I don't want to sell it yet. I want to exchange it for a saintly medicine. Yi Fan directly refused. Zhao Fa instantly looked unhappy. Brother Yi, do you still need the divine sword now? Since you have severed your cultivation, you should sell it. What do you mean? Li Heishui questioned. The Purple Mansion Saint didn't say much. His eyes were very cold. He stood at the side and scanned the few of them. Zhao Fa opened his folding fan. He was calm and composed. He said coldly, "I want to buy the divine sword for Brother Ye's own good. Otherwise, it will most likely attract disaster." "Are you threatening us?" Yi Fan asked. There was no anger in his voice. "Of course not. Am I that kind of person? I'm just reminding Brother Yi that others might try to snatch it from you. You'd better sell it to me as soon as possible." Zhao Fa smiled very deeply. He seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes shone brightly. "Your Qilin divine herb seed should still be there, right? Why don't you sell it to us as well? The Purple Mansion Saint and I are prepared to buy it together. I've already eaten the Qilin divine herb seed. I'm not selling the divine sword. If you have nothing else, leave," Yi Fan said indifferently. He really hated this person to the extreme. The other party was really bullying him because he was crippled. He actually started to threaten him and wanted to steal his treasures. It was really despicable. Zhao Fa's expression turned cold as he closed his fan with a puff sound. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. "Aren't you a bit too domineering? Where did you teleport my junior brothers to?" the Purple Mansion Saint suddenly said. His expression was cold as he stared at the large black dog. "We sent them to the northern plains. Do you want to reunite with them? Actually, going to the western desert is not a bad choice. You can become a monk," the large black dog teased. He looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He was not afraid at all. "Brother Yi, you still don't know that you're in big trouble, right?" Zhao Fa had a cold smile on his face. "Do you want to attack me?" Yi Fan smiled, looking very calm. Zhao Fa tapped his palm with his folding fan and said, "I, Zhao Fa, am not that kind of person. What I want to tell you is that the Yin-Yang sect of the Middle State has come. Do you know what it means?" Yi Fan's expression changed. He had killed the Yin-Yang Holy Maiden. This was definitely a grudge that could not be resolved. The other party would not let it go just like that. The Yin-Yang sect was a supreme sect of the Middle State. They did not immediately retaliate mainly because they retreated due to the pressure from the various sacred grounds. This was because they had plundered the young prodigies of the various sects in the eastern wilderness. They had incurred great anger and could not continue staying here. Now they had come again? I heard that they had already arrived at the central region of the eastern wilderness 10 days ago. The Yin-Yang Holy Sun came with the Yin-Yang sword on his back. He wanted to use this terrifying secret treasure to cut off your head. Zhao Fa chuckled and said, "At that time, he did not know that you were going to sever your own cultivation. Now, it seems that there is no need for him to use the Yin-Yang sword." Afterward, he continued, "They are a supreme sect of the Middle State. They are not very afraid of the supreme divine kings of the eastern wilderness. Moreover, the divine king's fate is unknown. Other than that, I also heard that in order to kill you without fail and establish the prestige of the Yin-Yang sect, they sent a few supreme elders who do not have much time left. They are determined to cut off your head. Among them, there are half-step mighty figures and even real mighty figures who look down on the world. The Yin-Yang sect sent mighty figures to kill me?" Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, but he calmed down very quickly. He rubbed his chin and smiled. Now that the crazy Ol was by his side, he was fearless. Even if the supreme sect leader of the Middle State came to kill him personally, he would definitely not be able to return alive. "Brother Yi, if you sell the holy sword and the divine herb seed, I am willing to give you a way out." Zhao Fa was calm and unhurried as he said, "At the very least, I can let you live for a very long time. I said that I am not selling the holy sword. I have already eaten the divine herb seed," Yi Fan said coldly. "Brother Yi, you really know how to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I am completely sincere, but you do not appreciate it at all." Zhao Fa's face darkened. "I don't want to sell it. Don't tell me you want to force me to buy it?" Yi Fan stared at him. "Brother Yi, you have to consider this carefully." Zhao Fa laughed coldly and then patted his shoulder. He actually spat out a trace of hidden force. This was a kind of ingenious hidden force. It would not be activated at the time, but it could cause one to vomit blood and be seriously injured afterward. He was clearly prepared to let Yifan suffer. "Move your hand away." Yifan's face darkened. At the side, the purple mansion saint watched all this coldly. He did not say anything. He did not interfere, nor did he help. Zhao Fei's expression stiffened. "Brother Yi, you are too much." At this point, he lightly spat out a trace of hidden force, which passed through his palm and into Yifan's body. Scram. Yifan's expression turned cold as he stared at him. "You want me to scram?" Zhao Fei's expression was cold, and his hand froze. The others were also shocked. The divine doctor had already said that the divine physique could only survive by severing his own cultivation. He had also admitted it just now. They did not expect him to be so forceful. Many people did not know that Zhao Fei had spat out hidden force, so they were naturally shocked. They thought that Yifan was just being forceful because he disliked this person. "You really do not appreciate my kindness. Brother Yi, you better not regret this." Zhao Fei laughed coldly and slightly trembled again. "Forcefully buying my treasures is considered kindness? Spitting out hidden force into my body and worsening my injuries is considered kindness." Yifan's expression was cold as he suddenly waved his golden hand. Smack! The crisp sound was incomparably loud. Zhao Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, and 6 or 7 teeth flew out. His entire body was sent flying and crashed into a nearby wall. Wow! Everyone was shocked. Wasn't the divine physique supposed to sever his own cultivation? How did he send Zhao Fei flying with just one slap? "You!" Zhao Fei was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He jumped up. However, at this moment Yifan transformed into a beam of golden light. Using the Merak footwork, he rushed over and swung his golden palm again. Smack! Zhao Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, and another 3 teeth flew out. His body was sent flying again and crashed into the wall. Chapter 482. Dong! Zhao Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and teeth as he crashed into the tall wall behind him. His anger surged. Being slapped in the face in front of so many people and having his teeth knocked out made his lungs explode with anger. Chi! 9 streaks of sword radiance shot out from his mouth and turned into 9 colored rainbows that shot toward Yifan's body. They were gorgeous and magnificent, and killing intent surged out like the tide. These were 9 divine swords forged from different meteorites of different colors. All of them were only the length of a palm, but they were incomparably sharp. They pierced through the void and rushed out from nothingness like the 9 wings of a divine phoenix. They surged with endless auspicious colors and swept over. They looked beautiful and bewitching, but their killing intent soared into the heavens. They could sever one's soul and penetrate into one's bones, giving off an icy chill. Bang! Yifan's golden hand slapped out and covered all 9 different colored flying swords, causing them to tremble violently. Even the rarely seen meteorites of this world couldn't withstand this kind of power. Clang, clang, clang. The 9 colored swords were all caught in Yifan's hands. His golden fingers forcefully crushed them, and clanging sounds rang out incessantly as all of them broke. Then, colorful iron powder fell from the gaps between his fingers. He had used the powerful force of his fingers to turn the divine swords into powder. Everyone was shocked. Did the saint physique really sever his own cultivation? This was too much nonsense. This news was a complete scam. "You!" Zhao Fei's expression changed as fear grew in his heart. He said, "You didn't sever your own cultivation." Yifan pressed forward with large steps. Every step he took caused the entire street to tremble. It was as if there was a huge drum beating between heaven and earth, ringing in everyone's heart. Zhao Fei's expression changed drastically. If Yifan didn't sever his own cultivation, even if he fought with all his might, it would be difficult for him to escape death. His mind was in chaos. Wang! Yifan rushed over when his emotions were unstable. His golden hand once again slashed down, turning into a golden millstone that slammed down. "I really severed my own cultivation." His words carried a smile, but his attacks were ruthless. "What?" Zhao Fei was taken aback. but at such a close distance, there was no way for him to dodge. Thus, he braced himself and faced the attack. Clang! Yifan's millstone-like golden hand slammed half of Zhao Fei's body into the ground as if he was hammering an iron pole. Bang! Yifan struck again, causing Zhao Fei to see stars. Blood spurted out of his mouth as his body sank another foot. Everything below his chest had sunk into the ground. I've already said that I'll sever my cultivation base and become a half-cripple. At least I'll have some strength left to protect myself. Yet you bully me like this. Do you think I'm a soft persimmon that you can pinch at will? Yifan squatted down and mercilessly slapped Zhao Fei's face. With a crisp slap, another 2 or 3 of Zhao Fei's teeth fell out. He was so angry that he felt like his internal organs were on fire. I forgot to tell you in detail. Under the treatment of Miracle Dr. Wang, I did sever my own Dao fruit and fell from the 4 extreme secret realms. However, I still have the cultivation of the pinnacle Dao Palace realm. Yifan smiled brightly. Slap! Following which, he slapped Zhao Fei again, causing him to feel dizzy and spurt blood from his mouth. You're too impatient. You can't wait to snatch my sacred sword. Don't you understand that the rafters that stick out rot first? You've already fallen from the 4 extreme secret realms? Zhao Fei clenched his teeth. His expression was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom! He seemed to have gained immense confidence. A beam of purple light shot out from his body like a huge purple dragon that shook the sky. Yifan laughed and his eyes turned even colder. He flipped his hand and pressed it down. You can't hold back anymore after knowing that my cultivation base isn't what it used to be? Don't you think about how close you are to me? Slap! His slap landed and Zhao Fei's teeth fell out. Mixed with blood, the purple light that rushed out from his body was forcefully pushed back. You'd better behave yourself since you're so close to me. Yifan slapped him again, causing his body to sink another half a foot. Only his head was left on the ground. Zhao Fei's expression was livid. This was the first time he had been humiliated like this in his life. He was so upset that he wanted to roar out loud. Originally, everything was under his control. He had come here to snatch the sacred sword. Unexpectedly, this was the result. He was smashed into the ground and didn't even have the strength to retaliate. He was slapped several times in succession. Enough, you've gone too far. The Purple Mansion Saint stood in the distance. His eyes were very cold as he stared at Yifan. Why didn't you say anything when Zhao Fei bullied Yifan just now? Li Heishui glanced at him and said coldly, If you want to fight for justice, come at me. The large black dog was even more direct. He shouted, Do you want to side with that bastard? I'll accompany you. I don't mind taking in a saint as a human pet. At the side, everyone was speechless. Had the saint really severed his own life and entered the Dao Palace mystic realm? Why were the people around him so fierce? You teleported a few of my junior brothers to the foreign realm. I still haven't settled the score with you. The Purple Mansion Saint's expression was cold as he stared at the Black Emperor. Who's afraid of who? Come at me. Yifan stood up and looked at the Purple Mansion Saint. Do you really want to fight? All the saints were righteous. None of them had rashly attacked him. If the Purple Mansion Saint attacked, he would be the first. Since you severed your own cultivation and fell from the 4 extreme mystic realm, I won't bother with a half-cripple like you. The Purple Mansion Saint's eyes were cold. He didn't accept the challenge. Yifan smiled coldly. In the end, he was still a saint. He wouldn't attack without knowing the situation. He could still keep his composure. Die! Suddenly, Zhao Fei shouted. Purple light shot into the sky. Above his head, a huge star appeared. The purple light shone brightly and was extremely blinding. This was the only star, and it contained endless divine energy. Even the sun in the sky paled in comparison. It emitted a powerful dermic energy wave. Ziwei Imperial Star, someone exclaimed. They didn't expect Zhao Fei to cultivate the Ziwei Sect's divine technique and create the Ziwei Imperial Star. Once it broke, it could destroy a part of the world. Boom! Yifan's large golden hand reached out, transforming into a golden heavenly steel that descended. Terrifying divine force rippled outwards, and with a pu sound, it suppressed Ziwei Imperial Star. Rise! Zhao Fei shouted. However, Yifan's physical body was too strong. The giant hand that had turned into a golden heavenly steel pressed the Ziwei Imperial Star back into his head and forced the monstrous magic power back. Ah! Zhao Fei screamed in fear. If the Ziwei Imperial Star broke in his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Save me! Zhao Fei was truly terrified. He could no longer control himself. The purple star was about to be destroyed in his body. Didn't you want to steal my divine sword and harm my life? Why are you begging me now? Yifan looked down at him. Zhao Fei's head was left on the ground. His face was extremely pale. He said, I deserve to die. I shouldn't have been so greedy. Save me. Bang! Yifan raised his leg and kicked out. A huge star was shaken out of Zhao Fei's head. It shot into the sky and exploded in the distant horizon. Endless purple light surged, and terrifying energy spread out. Even on the ground, one could feel the tsunami-like shockwaves. Although Zhao Fei was saved, a trace of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. He had suffered such a great loss today. He wanted nothing more than to kill Yifan. Bang! He broke out of the ground and stood on the ground. He said coldly, Brother Yi, that's all for today. I'll visit you another day. Zhao Fei did not know Yifan's true strength, so he did not dare to act rashly. He wanted to figure out the situation first before acting ruthlessly. However, Yifan laughed. Like a ghost, his movements were extremely fast. He appeared in front of Zhao Fei, making it impossible for him to dodge. Then I won't send you off. Have a safe journey. Yifan patted his shoulder, just like what Zhao Fei had done in the past. Zhao Fei's expression immediately changed, and he quickly retreated. What did you do to me? Zhao Fei coughed up blood with each step he took. When he took 8 steps back, there was a shattering sound from within his body. He immediately cried out in pain. You crippled me? Yifan's expression was cold. He said, You tried to harm me time and time again. It's already good enough that you're still alive. Everyone was silent. A cultivator of the Ziwei school at the level of 4 extremities had been crippled by Yifan with just a lift of his hand. This was truly chilling. Had the sacred physique really severed his own cultivation? How could he still be so terrifying and powerful? If it was just in the Dao Palace mystic realm, he would be too fearless. You're so ruthless. Zhao Fei's face was pale, and his whole body was trembling. You already wanted to kill me. Do you think I should still smile at you? The heavens are benevolent. Turn over a new leaf. With a single thought, Yifan crippled a genius of the younger generation. This shocked everyone. You are in the Dao Palace mystic realm. If you can take 3 attacks from me, I will turn around and leave. I will not make things difficult for you, the Purple Mansion Saint said coldly. Suddenly, he shot a purple beam of light at Yifan. Bang! Yifan raised his fist to meet the attack, shattering it on the spot. Boom! A small purple pagoda appeared between the Purple Mansion Saint's brows. Pressed forward, emitting terrifying waves. Whoosh! A small golden cauldron directly rushed out from between Yifan's brows and smashed forward. The Purple Mansion Saint's expression changed. He retracted the small purple pagoda and retreated. Then he formed a seal with both hands, and a huge purple energy wave shot forward. Boom! Yifan still used his golden fist to meet the attack. The ancient street shook violently, almost collapsing. Let's go! The Purple Mansion Saint turned and left. The other Purple Mansion disciples also followed suit. He is testing me. He finally can't hold back anymore. Yifan muttered to himself. The Purple Mansion Saint did not manage to find out anything. He left decisively, not wanting to take the risk. On this day, the news spread like wildfire. The sacred body had severed his own cultivation, but he was not completely crippled. He still had peak Dao Palace cultivation. Zhao Fei from the Ziwei sect had been careless and had been crippled. The Purple Mansion Saint tested him and finally left. Everyone was discussing this news. They wanted to know what kind of state Yifan was in. They did not believe the rumors. On the same day, Miracle Dr. Wang appeared. He said that what Yi Fan had said was true. He had already severed his own life. At the same time, he revealed that if Yi Fan wanted to risk his life, he could occasionally use the battle prowess of the 4 extreme secret realms. The price was that he would lose his life force. He could not use it more than 10 times. This was something that Yi Fan and Miracle Dr. Wang had already discussed. They did not want to say too much. Otherwise, if he used the 4 extreme secret realms, he would be exposed immediately. However, he was not very worried. If he obtained the 9 secrets Xing character mantra, he would no longer have to worry. With this movement technique, he could go anywhere in the world without fear of being killed. If this news were to spread, not to mention others, even the saints would not be able to hold themselves back. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Li Heishui glanced at Yi Fan and then at the crazy old man behind him. If you want to test me or kill me, just come. Yi Fan smiled. The ancient killer celestial court is most likely going to appear. They have probably received many requests, the big black dog said. The saints were very calm and had not taken any action. However, many disciples of the Holy Lands had appeared. They came to test Yi Fan's situation. A storm was brewing. He was a pawn to test the waters. Soon, news spread that the Yin Yang saint was carrying a secret treasure, the Yin Yang sword. He was heading south, preparing to cut off the head of the sacred physique Yi Fan. There were several Grand Supreme Elders following him. They were about to arrive. At the same time, the elders of Zhao Fa from the Ziwei sect were furious. They traveled through the night toward Yue City to suppress Yi Fan.